Deb, you're muted, hon.
I just feel buzzing. Like I'm feeling the buzzing. I've been so looking forward to this, and
Good.
I've made some good connections with my cards and my pendulum already.
Ooh, yay.
Yeah,
Yep.
so
Yeah.
excited. That's
And I must ask you, Deb, did your pendulum arrive in one piece?
it did.
Yay.
It did.
There's a story behind that, ladies.
Okay.
Yes. And it works the same way they all do,
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
which
Yep.
was very fun.
Yeah. So Deb and I were at a retreat together where I taught and I gave everyone a pendulum as a gift. And Deb opened up her pendulum and it was in two pieces.
Oh my.
Yep.
I still have it.
Yep.
It still
Still works.
works.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So,
Who knew?
I
Yeah, right.
I know. I know. Anyway. All right. Okay, so I'm going to let Diana take it away and maybe we'll just start with a nice deep breath together to just center and just receive the beautiful message from the Akashic guides.
So today they were very short in this first message, but I love what they have to say. Today we hold each and every one of you. Feel the light and the warmth of the love and the guidance, not only from your own souls, but from the guides and the angels. So they're going to be with us today, jam-packed too, and I think they're going to have a lot to say throughout the day. So it was I was kind of blown away by that. So
Mhm.
um the intention that they really would like for us to think about, and I'm going to take us through kind of a grounding meditation very quickly, is really have fun, stay open, be playful, because we always get so serious, and believe and trust. That was their intentions for us. And I love that because that just kind of encompasses everything that we do. So
Yeah.
with that, I'm going to have us take a deep breath together again, feet planted on the floor. Let all of last night or this morning energies just go away and let our bodies relax. We can close our eyes and think about two beautiful vines from the bottom of our feet coming through, grounding, grounding, grounding deep into the Mother Earth, going down into the core. And there may be beautiful crystals there, or a heart, or whatever it needs to be for you. And those vines are going to hook around the center of the earth of Mother Earth. And as we're going to take a deep breath in, we're going to feel her energy coming up through our toes and our knees and our hips, all the way into the root chakra and back down again. Holding on to that middle of Mother Earth, helping us to stand straight and strong, releasing everything from yesterday, our night, our morning. We're going to hand it over to Mother Earth. And as we bring another breath up into the sacral chakra, breathing in all that love, that energy, the strength, and releasing everything back down to Mother Earth. And now we're going to take another deep breath in, coming into the solar plexus. So we have the root chakra, the sacral chakra, and now the solar plexus. Grounding us deep into Mother Earth, getting us prepared for today. Breathing out, breathing in, being rooted and being prepared, full of excitement and joy and peace. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes and come back into the room. And we're going to start our beautiful retreat.
I'm just going to start by you each setting an intention for yourself. What it is that you're wanting as you connect more deeply with your guides, what it is that you're hoping for. You can just write that down for yourself. If you're ready to just slide right into an exercise of being with your guide, just give me a little wave. I think everybody's ready. Yeah. All right. So just staying in this really nice grounded space, maybe just closing your eyes and feeling those vines wrapped around your feet, just soaking up all of the magnetic energy from Mother Earth, keeping you united with her throughout this entire exercise. And moving your focus all the way back up to the heart chakra, taking in a deep sacred breath, reminding yourself that every time you take in the sacred breath, this is your first step towards connection to your soul and your guides in the world of spirit. That truly only with that, you are already there. And just feeling that power building, that buzzing inside your body and around your body, that energetic build. up from the root all the way up into the heart chakra, as if you've plugged into an electric socket. That energy is always there for you, no matter what is going on in your life, no matter the distractions, the thoughts, the worries. Power of your soul and energy of it is right there. And all it needs for you is to remember it. Journey with your guides is just a journey of remembering, because you met them all before you began this life. You spent lots of time together in the world of spirit, communing, planning, feeling all the love from them. Already shown them so much gratitude as you made all those plans together. Just shifting over now to that place that you created for you to be with your guides. Maybe you're feeling it. There might be a temperature change. It might feel soft like a cloud, like a bed, or like sitting in nice, lush grass. Just shift over to the place that you created for you and your guides. Just take it all in, the sounds, the smells, the sights, and the feeling. Every time you go to your place, it may even expand. You might notice more new aspects of it. Maybe another room, another plant. Just place yourself in your chair where you sit. Every time you sit there, you're just signaling to the world of spirit and your guides, I am here and I am ready to be with you. There may be even a chair facing you, maybe even more than one. You might even be around a table. Just call in whoever wants to spend time with you today. Allow it to be whatever it is for yourself. You might have a sense of a person, of a color, of an energy. Whatever it is perfect for you. You may even notice a loved one just orchestrating everything, calling everybody in, so excited for you. Just take some moments now to be together in silence, to have your own experience. And after the silence, I'm going to ask a few questions that you can pose to your guides and receive some information. So enjoy the silence in your own internal experience. In a moment, I'm going to give you some questions that you can ask your guides to access some more information for yourself. And you can do this with having your own internal experience, or you can pick up your pen and write. Whatever you choose to do is perfect for you. Ask your guides if there is anything getting in the way of your communication with them, anything that you need to know about. And ask your guides if they have any suggestions to you of what you can do to deepen your connection with them. And ask your guides, how often do you need to intentionally sit with them for the deepening of your relationship? They know you're a busy entrepreneur. Ask your guide or guides what their role is for you. In what way, in what things do they help you with? Whatever you receive is perfect for you. your guides know that sometimes you're going to want their help in making decisions. And it would be really helpful to understand receiving a yes and receiving a no from them. So first, let's concentrate on the yes. We're going to do this with a few different clairs. First, the clairvoyance, the seeing. And ask your guides to give you a symbol that you can see that represents the yes. Could be anything. A flower, an animal, a color. Whatever it is, know that you received it correctly. And that is your symbol for a yes. And staying with the yes, let's go into the clairsentience. Tell your guides you'd like to feel the yes, whether it's physically, emotionally. Just call your attention into your body as you ask them to give you the yes. Whatever you experience is perfect for you. Now let's move into the no. Once again, using your clairvoyance, ask your guides to give you a symbol or something that represents the no. Never forcing it, just allow. And now focusing on your clairsentience, the feeling, whether it's an emotional or physical feeling, ask your guides to give you the no and focus in on your body. Whatever you notice is perfect for you. And thank them for the yes and no. And you can continue this exercise anytime you want to deepen the connection to your yes and your no. And ask them one last question today. Ask them, what is your message of the day? What do they want you to know right now? Just notice how incredibly comfortable you are in your space that you created to be with your guides. How it feels so safe, so loving, and how much you enjoy being there. And that you can go there anytime you wish. You just close your eyes and take a breath and move into your space. Maybe just take a moment to offer some gratitude to your guides and ask them to stay with you throughout our time together today. That you might be shifting your awareness out of your special place, but that you're going to be together all day today. And just feel the magnificence in that. Have this never-ending support from the world of spirit. And call your attention now back into the heart space, into your breathing, feeling the vines around your feet. You're being grounded the whole time. Just moving up now from the heart through the throat chakra and the third eye and into the crown. And just opening that crown a bit to let anything that's not serving you well just go back out into the universe, because the universe will know exactly what to do with it. Just opening the crown up to what you're comfortable with as we deepen the connection and communication with your guides and even the angels today. Feeling the tug of the vines keeping you safe and grounded, and the joy and the power of the crown. Taking a nice, deep, sacred breath, all of us together, and opening your eyes whenever you're ready. And if there's anything you want to write down about your message, about the role of your guide, about your yes and no, just take some moments to write those things down. Give us a little wave when you're ready, or you're back with us, or come off mute, something. And close back. think Deb is back. Julie, yes. Okay. I think Michelle is just dropping off her son, so I know she'll come on when she can. Oh, Michelle, I hope you're able to do a little bit of the meditation today, but we will have more. So how's everybody doing with that? Were you able to go back into your sacred space with your guides? You can all come off mute. Anyone have trouble like getting to their space or even remembering their space? You did?
And
Did you
then
have to recreate it?
well, I did. I remembered that there were opportunities in forgetting
Mm,
so that I could pick a spot where I wanted to be because they were always going to be with me no matter what. It's
mm,
about where did I feel I needed to place myself
mm-hmm,
to let them in.
mm-hmm. That's powerful.
It was very,
Mm-hmm,
the
mm-hmm.
whole experience was, but it took a while.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right, because like you're moving from like a state of complete awareness into a slightly altered state, into a deepened altered state. So what I'm trying to move you all into is into the theta state, deeper than alpha. Because once you hit the theta state, it is much harder for the mind to interfere and, move you away from your experience or judge your experience. Um,
I
so,
had that
yeah.
consciousness of the judging and
Hmm.
and second guessing what I was seeing.
Hmm.
Oh,
Hmm.
that doesn't make sense. Is that really it?
Hmm.
And if it isn't, then where would that come from?
Yeah.
You know?
Hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
acknowledge what you heard, saw, felt, acknowledge what came up as truth, that's there,
Hmm.
even if it
Hmm.
doesn't make sense.
Hmm.
But yeah, I had that back and forth
Yeah.
awareness that my mind was wanting to come in and fix it all, take me away
Hmm.
from what I was trying to do.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
uh,
And we can do that a lot with like either the message or even like as you're connecting to your yes and no. Um, but here's the thing. If the mind came in and changed the symbol, so to speak, the spirit guides know that. So they're just going to use that symbol. So it's almost like you can't mess it up for yourself because the guides are aware of what's going on. Does that make sense?
mhm.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah.
My
Julian,
guide, my guides are not ready yet today. They told me that they're not ready to give me a message yet today.
okay. Okay. And there's a
And they
message in
won't give
that.
me, they said they won't give me a sign. They won't give me any signs. I need to relax more.
Mm. So maybe that's your message is that they're helping you to relax more. Um,
Mm,
I know the whole journey with us together has been about like relaxing the mind and your mind getting out of the way.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. So with communication, it's even more important to have the mind um, sit back and watch the show, so to speak, you know? Yeah. So, what were you noticing for yourself? Like, tell me where you were able to get, were you able to get to like your own sacred space?
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Um, so, and then once you were there, how far were you able to get with any of the sense of the guides? Um,
Just, just basically, the first thing that they need, like, when the answer to is there anything getting in the way of my communication, they said relax more.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
then after that, they said come visit us more often during the day, stay with us a little longer each time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Um,
Wow.
and when I asked how often, uh, at least twice a day for 15 minutes. I haven't been doing it twice
Mm-hmm.
a day.
Mm-hmm.
Um, um, but then when I got to the yes or no decision, they just got quiet.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And that's
Yeah.
okay. Like you actually got a lot, right? You got the directive over, okay, this is what we're working on right now, right? We're working on you relaxing in so that you can be more deeply connected and receive information. And this is what we want you to do so that we can achieve that, right? We want you to sit with us twice a day. They even told you how long.
Yeah.
So like,
But like then they
yeah.
went quiet.
That's okay. That's okay because like we have to start where we start. Kind of like when we go back to even just the beginning of this whole journey of the program, we had to start with like where are you blocked? Is your resistance? Because if we don't work on that, everything else is just going to be light, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So your guides are doing the same exact thing. They're like starting in the same exact way with you, right at the beginning. Okay. Now, the good news is that you have a sense of them,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and I know that you do communicate with your guides because we've talked about that. And you shared when how do I let this in? Okay, looks like Michelle coming back in a different way. Um, so you shared about that, right? And
Mm-hmm.
when and you trust it when you receive it, when you're very certain that was my guides. Those are really big things, Julie.
Mm-hmm.
So I really think today you got a very important message from them of exactly where you need to do the work and exactly how to do it. And even when they said 15 minutes, when you sit,
Mm-hmm.
you can even say, because this actually works, Julie, you can say, okay, I'm, I'm starting my time now, Spirit. I'm not going to look at my watch, but you'll let me know when it's 15 minutes. And I'm telling you, it will be you can even test them and say 14 minutes. It'll be 14 minutes. Okay. It's kind of crazy, but it will work. So I think this is a great start, especially considering how much your mind wants to be the conductor.
Mm-hmm.
No? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. Diana, any thoughts for Julie? I've been chatting away. And hi, Michelle. Nice to see
Yes,
you.
hi, Michelle. It's nice to have you here. Julie, I had to kind of have to start the same way when I first started, because I had a hard time quieting my mind, and so I would sit with my guides for twice a day, and then I even went up to 3 times a day. It was breakfast, lunch, and supper. Um,
Mm-hmm.
just so that I could concentrate on getting quiet. But I also want to share with you is I also started watching for the signs when I wasn't with them because they're
Mm-hmm.
talking to you throughout this whole process, and you may get a sign that way as well. And it was
Well,
like,
I do get signs. Like
Mhm.
I know I get signs all the time.
uh-huh,
Um, but I just it seems when I try, when I try to sit with them, sometimes my mind
gets
tries
in.
to take over.
Mhm. Yep. So I have
Yeah.
to set mine into a box.
Right. Well, sometimes during the day when my mind is not paying attention, the signs come through.
Exactly. That's what I was referring to. It's like
Yeah.
they're trying to tell me, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. And honestly, some days it's easier and some days it's harder, no matter how long you've been doing this.
yes.
Yeah.
If I'm giving a reading, some days it's easy, so easy. And some days it's harder.
Mhm.
So I think there is a lot of things that interfere, you know,
Hmm.
the mind being the number one thing for sure. Um, but that it's about noticing like over time,
Mm.
like it might go a little bit like this, but like over time, is it actually like you having more success? You know what I mean? It's building over time, even though there are days when it might feel a little harder. So I really love that you got clear instructions. Yeah.
Well, it's funny because I felt my mom come in during the time,
Mm-hmm.
and
Nice.
I always remember her instructions when I was a child, you know. So,
Yes.
First started, my uncle Maurice came in. He's my aunt's husband that passed away and the first person that died in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, like, why would I think of him? So the messaging and the things that are coming in, they're like downloads. Like suddenly, I'm thinking about him.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and he was somebody that was very fond of me and really believed in me, wanted to spend time with me together. We liked doing things together, and I felt really good in his space, right? And then I got all the other answers I wanted, except for the same way, except
Mm-hmm.
for um, why are they here? What are they here to teach me? That just kind of filled in later at the end. But
Mm-hmm.
like some pregnant lady was in the way. I literally saw this pregnant lady. She was in the way of getting my messages. And what um, the message was they had for me today was relax and trust,
Mm-hmm.
and how frequently to meet with them every 4 days. And then the symbol was a triangle. And then the Claire's for yes was absolute total calmness.
Mm-hmm.
And the no was definitely a raised heart rate and heaviness in the heart.
Mm-hmm.
And I came back to what they're here for me for. Like, why are they here? What are they trying to teach me? They're trying to teach me that you know,
Mm-hmm.
and you're protected, loved, and safe, and you're capable of it all.
Mm-hmm.
Like anything I've envisioned, I'm capable of it all, and that we're here for you always. Like I've not really gotten that. And then the last question, the message was, we want to continue to fill you up with the love you give to everyone so you feel it. And so you feel how bright your light is and how fully loved you are. And the experiences of the whole entire session was just, feeling home in my bodily energy, loved, guided, held, and grounded. That was the whole experience for me. And there were no guides that came in and claimed to be communicating or anything like that. It was just maybe intuitive hits or messages I'm receiving, but I'm not sure from who. Maybe
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and it can take a while to like have a sense of that. And a lot of times people never even get that, you know? It's just like they know they're with their guides from these other things, and feelings and knowing because they're receiving information. And it could be like you're sitting with a group of spirit guides, you know, not just one in particular. And when you said, I don't know what made me think of my Uncle Maurice, it's not that you thought of him, is that you became aware of him being there, you know? Yeah. And we're so used to having to think of something to be aware of it. But when you go into an altered state, it's because you're aware that something, that you have an interaction with something and that you receive something, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Julie, for you, just I feel like it's about sitting with the clairsentience a little bit and noticing that Claire, you know, and getting you really igniting that Claire, um, and noticing information that way. So when we do our next one, maybe kind of going into the feeling of it all, you know, and
Yeah, well,
what comes.
most times when it comes in like spontaneously, it's a
Mhm.
feeling.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Um, okay. So as you're going into the altered state, maybe intentionally
Mm-hmm.
enjoying the peace of that state and sinking in more to that, seeing what happens, you know?
Okay.
And if your mind comes in, that's okay. You know what I mean? Just acknowledge it
Okay.
and be like, okay, let's sit back again. Let's see what else will be shown, you know? Mm-hmm. Almost like you're placing it in a theater seat.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you can use your ability to visualize by actually like placing the mind somewhere if you want to,
Okay.
and play with that a little bit. Yeah. Uh,
It's almost like putting it in a timeout.
Mhm.
yeah, but it's not a
Yeah.
punishment. You want it to be happy.
Right.
So be like, this is like front row seat, best
Yeah.
in the house.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Nicole and Michelle. Michelle, I don't know if you were able to do it. You were driving. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Nicole, how are you doing there? Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle.
I was just going to say, I was still able to connect, and I was actually grateful. I feel bad if any of my stressful energy entered the container, and hopefully you guys cleared that out. Um, so, yeah, there was a major accident actually earlier this morning on our primary freeway.
Oh,
And even though I don't touch that to get my son to school, we have to go over it. And
mhm,
so it was, the traffic was awful because they had the freeway closed one way completely and they had it closed. And this is a 5-lane freeway both ways. So they had it completely closed one way and the other way, only 2 lanes were getting through. So all the side roads, all of them were backed up. And then there were accidents on the side roads. It took us over an hour to get my son to school. He was 20 minutes late. But on the way home, um, I was able like to just kind of sit in it, and it actually pulled my energy, that stressful energy back
mhm,
into a more peaceful place. So I was super grateful. Um, and I was really surprised that I could even do that and get there after being so like on edge for the hour before and then also while driving. So there were certain things and questions that I couldn't really like
mhm,
be present enough for.
mhm,
Um, but I do know that I was very protected. I actually felt very protected by the guides that were around me while I was driving. Because y'all, Kim, you know, I don't know if anyone else knows that, like my accident, I have anxiety while driving now, period. So this was like heightened today. But my the answers that I did get were all the feeling answers, of course.
Mhm.
I don't think I could really get into the visual because I was driving.
Yeah.
But the yeses was I get this energy flow through my heart. And then the no was like literally I'm sitting there driving and you asked about the no and show me my throat just closed up. Just
Mm.
so
Mm.
that's super tight.
Mhm.
And so I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Both of those do to me. And the question of like, what do I need to know? So most of the questions, like I said,
Mhm.
I wasn't present enough to feel
Yeah.
them, but the one about what do I need to know? And it was just that I am always provided for, I am always protected, and I'm already peaceful. So it was just a matter of, okay, just that, so that whole trust thing, right,
Mhm.
was very present in that answer. So anyway, I just figured I'd go really quick since mine was super short and my nervous system is still settling down. So
Yeah, but that's actually really amazing that you were able to do all of that, Michelle,
mhm.
you know, in a stressful situation. Because we don't really want to be meditating when we're driving. I'm not going to suggest anybody at all does that. But
Well, no, and like that was the surprising thing to me. Like even though I wasn't meditating, it was in the normal sense,
yeah,
right?
yep.
I was. I was
Well,
able
you're
to,
communicating.
yeah.
So you can be in your power and communicating. Like how many of you sometimes kind of get an inspired thought while you're driving, you know, or where you're out for a walk, or where you're in the shower, right? Or you wake up
Back
in
of a
the middle of
bike.
the night with it, right? Because like the communication can be happening in those moments, but like going into an altered state when you're driving that you don't want, right? Um, so 100%, like you were having moments of communication and you were able to stay like kind of grounded enough to do that. Um, which is amazing, you know? Because it's not that like we want to get those random hits, but then we want more, you know, like you want the depth of the information, you know? You don't want just this like one little hit and then you don't know what to do with it.
Mhm.
So at any time, you can take the one hit and go back in intentionally to get more information if it doesn't all come at once. So for instance, Julie, you can go back in and say, okay, we need to quiet my mind. I need to practice this twice a day. All right, what else will help me? Like you can go back in and intentionally get more, you know? Um, yeah. But I feel like pulling you out of your head and like into the body space might help. So I'm just feeling strongly for you, Julie. Um, Nicole, how are you doing there?
All right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Were you able to do the exercise? What was your experience?
Yeah, no, I was able to do the exercise. I do think I got pretty clear answers to most things.
Wow. Excellent. Hmm. Okay. Did you have a sense of your guides or
I
anybody?
did. It was the same as last time where I'd still not seen faces, but
Hmm.
feeling that they're seeing that they're there, but just not seeing
Yeah.
exactly who it is.
Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. I think that's very common, actually.
Mhm.
Yeah. Diana, do you see clear faces? Me neither. Me neither.
And
Okay.
as a matter of fact, I do feel my yeses and my nos in my body.
Hmm.
And side or the other. I don't want to give any of that away, or even a maybe. I know where that's going to be, but I don't see faces. However, I am cognizant of where they may be coming in from what side. So Nicole, did you feel that at all? What side they come in?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Mhm. Michelle.
What do you mean, what side?
Do they come in on the right side? Do they come in the left side? Are they in front or are they in the back? I'm just very much aware whenever my guides come in, where they're coming in from. But that's, again, that's for me. That's the way I operate. And it was really interesting too, Kim, and I want to say thank you. I actually got a symbol for my third eye, which I've never had before. And it was very clear.
Mhm.
So that was beautiful.
Mhm. And a lot of people will talk about their guides coming in from a certain side. I've even had people teach, like, oh, your guides will always be standing behind you. No, it's going to be whatever it is for you. Okay. So don't like fall for that. Like, if you're like, oh, I feel like I'm sitting right next to them, or I feel like they're above me, or I feel like whatever it is for you is right. You
Mhm.
know, um,
Mhm.
is there a meaning to what side they come in from? It would be a meaning specific for you, Michelle. Okay. So if you notice, oh, it's left or right, you can ask them about that. Um, my guides can come in oh, in any space, behind me, next to me, left or right, in front of me. Um, sometimes we're just like in a circle together, you know? Um, but it has to do with whatever that interaction is in that moment. But it's not like for me, a left-sided guide is going to help me with my business and a right-sided guide's going to help me. But you may end up feeling that all the time, like, oh, they're on the right. We're going to talk about like my personal life today, you know? So like playing with that. I invite you to play with that. Diane, do you have a meaning to the left or right or something?
I used to, and then they kind of debunked that for me, but it's it's confirmation, again, getting my mind out of the way. It's just confirmation that they're here for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, oh, okay. So yeah, and sometimes like with Kim, I see them in a circle or I see them in a semicircle. That's my counsel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can see it in, so it's just confirmation. And that was why I was asking Nicole, because I actually saw it for her.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Nicole, did you have a sense of meaning for where they were, how they were placed?
No, not really.
Yeah, yeah. And they may not be.
Mhm.
Yeah. Also, like size, like you might have a sense of, some guides being much larger than you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. These are just all things to get curious about and attach your own meaning to it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Have fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what thing I think we always forget. We get so serious, we get so tied up and am I getting it right? Is it
Mm-hmm.
it's going to be right for you. I love that, Kim, to keep reminding us of that. It's what's right for you, but have fun. And it takes all that pressure off and be so playful. That's
Yeah.
what really helped me
Mm-hmm.
because I was hell bent. It's got to be this way because I was just told that way.
Yeah.
Oh, that was getting in my way.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Michelle's saying her primary guide and healer are both giant. Yeah.
Mhm,
Mm-hmm.
mhm.
Yeah. And I've done readings for people where I have a sense of a guide and um sometimes even energetically it's over. I feel a little bit almost like overpowered energetically. Like it's hard for me to match them energetically. So you might experience even a little bit of that. Yeah, Michelle's saying yes. Yeah, okay. Any questions about your experiences? And like the thing I really want you to understand is like we're going to practice different types of communication today. So sometimes like Deb had like this full-on blown out experience. Sitting and getting into an altered state is working really well for Deb. I feel like Nicole did too, and it's very private and personal. She's just holding it close, right? Julie, you might find, oh my goodness, when we're writing, that's when it's like a lot much easier for me. Like you're gonna find what works more easily for you. It doesn't mean you can't flex the muscle and do it all, but you're just gonna have your favorite power ways, just like you kind of have your favorite power clairs, you know? Yeah. Okay. Anybody have any questions about what we just did or? And Diana, the Akashic message today was like that you started with was about being playful, wasn't it?
And joyful, be playful. And
Mm,
they keep saying that. Be
mhm,
playful.
mhm. Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right. So, does anyone need a couple minute break? Yes. Okay. So let's take like a 5 minute break and then we're gonna move into the angels. All right. Okay. Oh, actually, I can get really fancy here. I think I can set a timer. Yep. I learned how to do this and I'm very proud of myself. All right, we're on the countdown.
So I had a question for you, girl. Wow. I feel like I'm in a movie premiere. Dun, dun, dun. That's great. Uh, my question, if I can ask it,
Yes, you can. I don't know
is
how to turn off the timer, so I'm just trying to work with that.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
While we're in the meditative state,
Mhm.
I'm asking the question simply because once or twice you or Diana shared that you saw something. Like, was it you or Diana? Diana said she saw, I don't know who said it, saw angels around Nicole. And I was curious, of course. Oh, what else are you seeing that maybe we're not seeing because we're not trained to see it? And was curious if you were seeing other things that you just didn't share because maybe it wasn't part of your plan. I'm just curious about that.
So I did see things around all of you. Deb, you and Michelle, I saw lots of angels around you, and they were flittering. They flitter.
That's
And
interesting.
and they come in and out, flitter, 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 flitter. And for Julie, I saw several angels around you too. But you have a little, a little, I'm just gonna call it a little, almost like a leprechaun, and pop up and then pop down and pop up and pop down. And I think that was just, let's play, let's play.
Well,
Trying to
I
get,
do have a helper called Daisy Fairy.
well, there you go.
Oh, you do? Oh, that's,
Yes,
oh, Michelle knows, Michelle says her fairies.
yes, I have a fairy.
That is so
Okay.
cool.
Yeah. So remember like that, I don't really get into elementals. I don't know a lot about them, but elementals are like another realm like of possibilities for guides. And I think we talked about that last time. Diana was talking about that. So you can have guides from so many different aspects of the universe, really, you know? Yeah, love that. Um, Michelle says she always hears there's a lot of angels around you. Yeah. So that is the perfect segue into angels. Angels are one of my favorite subjects, honestly. Um, I think ever since I was a kid, I just thought they're so special, right? And they're like the one aspect of this universe that are always presented in like a beautiful, loving light. Like nobody really ever says anything bad about an angel, you know? So, and I think that's why, and they're not really anything that most people would express having fear of, too, you know? Whereas so many other aspects of spirit, there can be fear attached, you know? But not the angels somehow. So I'm going to hand it over to Diana, who is again going to share an Akashic message as she goes into talking about the angels.
So
And,
I'm just gonna check in here with the guides, the Akashic guides.
mhm.
And they're asking each and every one of us to just really open your heart with love and light and feel the embrace of the angel's wings. They're going to take us to a place that is going to be full of light and bright and joyful embrace. Thank you. So as I had started my my journey and I wanted to know more and more and more about angels, I started doing some research and I did not realize that there are levels of angels and they have their own specific um, things that they need to do. They're responsible for different jobs, if you will. And so there are 9 levels, and I'm going to start from the highest level and working down. And this was a little surprise for me because I just thought everything was up here. I still believe that, but that's just for me. But at the highest point of the angel hierarchy, if you will, is the Sephron. And they are totally in they're a pure love and divine love and I want to say, I don't want to say protection, but they're right there with God. They're the closest to God. I think there was a hymn, Holy, 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 being to the highest part of God, and that's where they live. They're totally committed to God or to spirit, if you'd like. The next one is the cherubim, and they are the carriers of the divine and truth. And they sometimes are depicted with human faces. And I remember being a little girl, my grandmother had these books of the different angels and things, and I remember picking one up, and there was a human face, and I didn't realize this is what they were talking about. In that same realm, the lowest of the 3 levels are the thrones, and they represent God's justice and rule. And I didn't really get into a lot of the understanding of this because it was like way beyond my comprehension that we have all of those different levels and the responsibilities. So going into the middle part of the order, we have the dominions. And the dominions oversee the human society and the heavenly realm. They are the most capable of carrying out the divine command of the heart and of healing. Underneath them, we have the virtues. The virtues are known for their strength and for their courage associated with protection of God's creation. And I like to think about the virtues. This is where I really started thinking about them, protecting the earth, working with Mother Earth, the trees, the flowers, everything that goes with it. And below that are the powers. And the powers govern the natural world as well. And they are also associated with miracles. Then below that, we have the lowest of the order. Principalities is the first one on that order, and they oversee the nations and the regions acting as leaders of earthly organizations. So in this realm here, this is where I feel that they're more connected to the human, earthly, everyday life, if you will, okay? That's where the archangels come in. They're underneath the principalities. And I thought they would be at the very top, but they're down here so that we can talk to them and be with them. The archangels are led by God. They're the messengers and the ministers, and they are the highest of the angels. And then we have the angels beneath them. And they are the lowest of the order. They're God's messengers and ministers, often being sent to guide and protect individuals. So there is our guardian angels, my green light angels. Every time I'm driving, I call them in to give me green lights because I'm not very patient sitting at a red light. Find me that parking spot. Do I really need to buy this? So those are my angels that I work with a lot with. So this was really interesting for me because I didn't realize that there were 9 levels of angels and what they really did and what they do. So with that, and we've been talking about signs throughout the program. The other day I was, I don't know, on social media, I guess, and all of a sudden a new archangel popped up. And of course I had to send it to Kim. It's like, well, we've been thinking about angels. We've been talking about angels. I've never heard of this angels. And again, it popped up on my feed, and that happens to me a lot. And that's a sign. And I really take that as a sign. This angel's name is Sabriel, Archangel Sabriel. Anybody heard? Julie? Yes, that's awesome. This is the angel of miracles. This is the angel to call in when you have just hit your wall, when you really need help with business or personal or whatever. For me, this is a female energy. For some, it's a male energy. Again, for me, it's just a female. Her name is hero, means her hero of God, hero of God. She does cleansing. She works on relationships. She dissolves blocks so that you can move forward. He's also the bringer and the light shower. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you, guides. Through the Akashic reading, that's what they were talking about, is bringing in the light. We're going to feel that. Thank you. So I've started calling in this angel a lot whenever I'm feeling a little uneasy about something, about a relationship or what have you. I've really been calling her in, and it's been amazing the comfort that I've been feeling. And I actually can get some different answers from just randomly kind of pop into my head, and I'm going to trust that as well. It's like, okay, thank you for talking to me. I also get a little buzzing in my ear when my angels are talking to me, in my right ear. And I know that's my angels. The other angel I want to talk to you about is Metatron. And I know that we've heard this a lot, but Metatron is huge, 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 huge. Yes. And he is also over the Akashic records. In case anybody didn't know that, it's Metatron. Now, Metatron has a very interesting story because I think there might be one other angel. I'm not totally sure, and I will do some research on this. But Metatron was believed to be a human being. Enoch in the Talmud or the text of some of the Jewish beliefs. Enoch was the son of Jared, and Jared was the great grandfather of Noah. So that was really interesting as I was doing some research, and that is like, oh my gosh, I had no idea. But because he was so pure and light on earth, he transmuted into an angel. Michelle, it's what are you saying? When I was very young, you talked to Metatron? No? I'm sorry.
No, I started typing that when you were talking about the archangels and stuff. No, I talked to messers. My mom said I called them messers.
Oh, I
And
love it.
she interpreted that as monsters, but she said she was always confused because I called them my friends and that they protected me and that I wasn't afraid of them, right? And it wasn't until I went through my healing journey that I realized that messers was messengers.
Yeah.
That was, it's just, I was literally 2 years old and I kept calling them messers. So anyway, but when you said the archangels and stuff, it was like that I like got this, I got my yes, right? When you said that, I'm like, oh, I never thought of them as archangels, right? but it was like, hello, yes,
Yeah.
what she's saying. That was and the messers came up. So I had
Yeah.
to, so
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Metatron's name actually means the one who sits beside God. And I do see Metatron as being huge, just huge. And he oversees all of the other archangels as well. And he's also, he helps for the understanding of the hierarchy of angels and humanity. And that made total sense to me. I was like, now I understand why he transmuted into an angel, because he was so wonderful while he was here as well. So I have a few practices, and Kim, yes, 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 yes. So this is the Metatron symbol. Anytime I do Akashic readings or I work with my angels, this is what I bring forth for me. And Kim, just out of the blue, when we were talking the other day, oh, Diana, look, I just found this, and you bought it when, Kim? I don't recall the
I don't know. I found it. Spirit told me a couple weeks ago, like they gave me a feather duster. They're like, clean out your office, like clean out the old stuff, make way for the new. This is one of the things I found, and I was like, oh my gosh, Metatron, I got to bring them out. So it's been a long time.
I love those things, those little treasures that we
Yeah,
find.
yeah, yeah.
So I myself I have many practices that I use when I work with the angels. And one of them, especially if I've had a bit of a stressful day or just maybe overly tired or just maybe not feeling very well, but every night before I go to bed, I ask for the angels to be on the right side of me, the left side of me, below me and above me. And may I rest my weary head in your lap for a good night's sleep. And every night I have a really good night's sleep. I also have coffee with them every morning. So as I'm pouring my coffee, I'm sitting at my table. I ask them to come in and let's talk about, what do I need to know today? And I will either get a message in my heart or just something that'll kind of come to my head, or I always have my pen and my pencil available to me, and I might just write down one word, or maybe it's a sentence. But that's the way that I communicate with them every day, every day. When I first moved into my new house, which I've just been here not quite a year, I opened up the door and I asked for a flood of angels to come into my new home, to bless it, to help me make it feel calm and loving always, to take anything that I didn't need out the door that didn't serve me in my highest and best good. And the feelings that I had were so, I cried. I sat down on my couch and I cried because I wanted to get back to Colorado so badly. And they helped me get here and they cleared the way. And I just felt so incredibly blessed to be here. So those are just a few things and few areas that I've experienced angels. And again, I do hear them, especially when I get this high pitch in my ear. It's like, okay, they're getting my attention. I've asked them sometimes to bring down that vibration so that I can hear them and to raise mine, because I get stubborn sometimes. My my sunrise or my rising sign is Taurus, which is the bull. That explains a lot. So I feel that they just really work a lot of miracles for me and with me, more with me than for me. It's having a beautiful relationship. Kim's had a few experiences with them too.
Yeah,
I'm
and
gonna hand it
and
back
I'll
over.
bet and I'll bet Julie has.
Yeah.
I think it's like it might be fun to share if you've had any experiences with angels, because it can give everyone like some examples of things to take notice of.
Mhm.
So a very dear like family friend that I grew up with, when oh, I was probably in my early 30s. She always had statues of angels like all over her house. Like I don't even know how many. Her house was flooded with little tiny angels, and she loved the angels. So I guess one day somehow she got invited by the town library to do a little showing of some of her angels. And she had to write something about her belief about angels for this display. And she was bilingual and not comfortable with how she wrote in English. So she asked me to sit with her and write about these angels. So she started telling me about her relationship with the angels, how they were always with her. She talked to them every single day. And if she looked out like on the horizon in the sky, at the horizon, she could just see always hundreds of angels there. It was a really powerful part of her life. So we proceeded to write this about her. She didn't want all those details in because she was afraid everyone would think she was crazy. Because to her, like she really objectively, clairvoyantly saw angels. So that's like more than seeing in your mind, seeing angels like in front of you, like we see with our eyes. Years later, she became very sick with cancer. And I used to send her Reiki a lot. And one day I went to visit her. She was hospitalized. And I had to gown up, double glove, mask when I went to see her. And this is before COVID. I had to do that because of what was going on with her. And I was sitting with her and she's like, Kim, give me Reiki, give me Reiki. I was like, okay. So we were alone in the room, just her daughter, who was a little, maybe 10 years younger than I am. And I started giving her Reiki. And she always would talk about how she had this one personal angel that she called Lolita. We all knew about Lolita because she was always talking about Lolita. So she said, Kim, ask Lolita to come and talk to us. And I said, Kitty, I don't need to do that. You've been talking to her your whole life. You don't need me to communicate for you. I said, you ask her. I'll just keep giving Reiki and just hold the space for Lolita. Now, I had no expectation of what was going to happen. Well, immediately, the temperature in the room got so hot. I started like I'm not a person who sweats. I profusely was sweating. It almost looked like I had just walked out of the shower. I was so uncomfortable with the double gloves on my hands trying to give her Reiki. She started violently shaking and even her teeth clattering, like completely clattering. And she started talking to Lolita. I could not visibly see Lolita, but she described Lolita, which was all these different shades of bright blue, up like hanging out in the air above us. And she had this whole conversation with Lolita. I've never felt such an intense energy like I did at that time. Now, while I'm doing this, an aide comes in the room because her machines start beeping, and the aide is like playing with the machines, and her teeth are clattering, she's shaking, she's talking to Lolita, I'm giving her Reiki. I mean, it looks like we're having a full-on seance, right? And I thought, the aide's going to kick me out of here. She's going to be like, what? The aide, it was like she had no awareness of anything going on in the room. She left. Another aide came in, left. We had this whole experience, but I think only the three of us were aware of this experience. After Lolita left, my heart started to calm down. I was no longer hot. My friend just completely relaxed. I mean, I wish I had this on film to play for all of you, for you to see it in action. Yeah, right, Michelle? So that was my first real experience with an angel. Later on, down the road, I was talking to my daughters and told them about it. And my middle daughter identifies as a medium. She's taken some mediumship development. And she says, "Oh, Mom, that reminds me of when I met an angel. You know about that." And I was like, "What? I don't what happened?" She goes, "Oh my gosh, Mom." So when she was about 8 years old, so not a toddler, not like prefrontal lobe development. She's 8 years old. She said, "I woke up in the morning. I got out of bed and the bedrooms were upstairs. You had to go downstairs to get to the kitchen." She said, "I got to the top of the stairs and I just felt so tired. And I thought, I'm too tired to walk down these stairs." And she said, right then was this beautiful large angel. And she said, "Allison, don't worry. I will carry you." And the angel picked me up And Mom, I floated down the stairs. She carried me down the stairs. She put me down. I have the chills now while I'm telling you this. And I was like, where was I when all this happened? We don't know. She said, I ran and told her father, my husband. She's like, Dad, an angel just carried me down the stairs. And my husband doesn't believe in anything spiritual. And he's like, brings her back to the stairs. He goes, you replicate that for me. You tell me, show me. Of course, she couldn't do it. But she had this powerful experience that she remembers to this day. And we both feel like it was a real experience just because of even her age. Like at 8 years old, you can still have a great imagination, um, but you're a little more grounded and your frontal lobe is working, you know? So those are the two like real life experiences that I've had with an angel in my family. Um, but I would say when you open up to that possibility of that powerful love, the vibration and the power of them is so huge and so healing. Um, I do something similar with as Diana. I don't ask them to surround me at night, but I talk to what I call the unknown angels, and you can look into them a little bit. And they're the angels that don't have the names of the archangels, don't have like a specific role, but they will come and help you with anything. And the thing about angels in general to remember is they're not going to intervene unless you ask. So you need to ask for their help. And as soon as you ask, they are right there. They're on it, you know? So I always ask the angels when my kids are traveling, like keep them safe. I worked a lot with the unknown angels through my daughter's pregnancy and everything that we went through there. And they helped us, stay calm and believe that everything would be okay. It was very powerful for me personally. But I want to open it up and see, has anyone else have experiences that they really attribute to the angelic realm? Or maybe even just a guide.
I do.
I
I
knew.
do.
Yeah.
I grew up, I mean, I went to Catholic school from K through 12. So, the nuns, they were a very powerful influence with the angels and all that. And I remember so well the nun telling us, I guess, starting in kindergarten, that we had guardian angels.
Mm.
And so when you're little like that, you believe everything and you just trust in it so much. And so I guess instead of me having an imaginary friend, I had my guardian angel. And because they told us that they were always with you, they were always protecting you, and they were always right behind you, and they were, always following you. So I always believed that.
Yeah.
It was like I never stopped believing that. Of course, when I got older, that whole, like, as the imaginary friend goes away, the angel wasn't always there. It's just, but that was like an impression I felt so strongly. Like, that's why also, too, I think when I was a little child, I always felt so protected and safe and comfortable because of my guardian angel.
Beautiful. I love that. And you know what, Julie? My understanding of imaginary friends is they usually happen before age 5. But you're
Hmm.
talking about you're in school now, you know, and having this relationship, which is actually different than like that imaginary friend stage. Um, but also, I do actually believe that the imaginary friends are us communicating with spirit. And the world of education doesn't know how to make sense of that. Yeah. And a lot of people who are very intuitive will, say that they had imaginary friends when they were growing up. So, yeah, myself included, actually. Yeah. Anybody else have any experiences that they feel like they could attribute to the realm of spirit guides or the angelic realm.
Remember when I might have told you when Paul passed away, I was sitting at my desk in my house and I was still really struggling and so distraught. And I had almost like from the floor, this is where the window started, and I had these big windows, and next to my desk was a hummingbird that was just dancing in front of me, trying to get my attention and flitting. And just suddenly, I started feeling Paul was there telling me, I'm okay. I'm
Mm.
okay. It's okay to live. I'm okay. You can eat, you can do the things, you can do stuff. Like, I'm okay. And then this whole family of them, like three of them, came and did this amazing dance in front of the window. They stayed the whole season. I ended up putting a feeder in the tree.
Oh
And
my goodness.
till this day, I'm excited when the hummingbirds come. And I'm goofy and silly yesterday because we just had our first hummingbird come this season. And my husband immediately, boom, beelined out the door and got the feeder. And I automatically went and made the nectar to put in it. And it's now like a thing. It's always a thing. And how fun is that? Like, just with all
Yeah.
the timing of everything right now. But
Mhm.
yeah.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. And Deb, my daughter this weekend was hiking in, I forgot, some big national park like in Utah.
Oh,
And she sent us a picture. She was in the gift shop and she was like, should I buy this hat or this hat? And she bought a little hat with a big hummingbird on it. So I'm just going to hand that over to you.
awesome. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. Um,
Hummingbirds and cardinals seem to come
mm,
around, and
mhm,
fox,
mhm.
all three of them.
Yeah, you get the fox. So I've seen your fox,
Hmm.
like on the Zoom.
Yep.
So,
And then Diana spoke about that loud noise.
mhm,
I thought maybe it's the lamp that's next to me, or maybe there's going to be an earthquake somewhere in the world, or I really wondered, like, what does this sudden ringing, sharp, loud sound in my ear really mean? And it has happened throughout my life, and I've never known what it is. And now I'm starting to wonder, is it maybe some communication from another realm? Because I could never tie it to anything.
Mhm.
yeah, absolutely. And a lot of people talk about like almost like a ringing in their ears with their clairaudience developing.
That
Absolutely.
is what it feels like. And
Yeah.
this time,
Mhm.
it was a couple nights ago, it was very loud.
Mhm.
Either last night or the night before. I can't remember, but
Mhm.
it's
Yeah.
loud.
Mhm. Michelle says she had an imaginary friend up until high school. Love that. Yeah. You had like a whole game, Michelle, with your messengers. Yeah. And, as we talked about the guides, like some guides will be with you always, some guides are going to be with you during certain stages of your life, certain roles, your business guides, even like a certain offer that you create in your business, a certain job that you hold, um, literally for everything, you know? So as you sit with your guides and start communicating with them more, you can even ask for specifically, I really want to connect with my guide who's helping me with such and such. That's where I'm needing my help today. And just trust what you receive. You may not always see them, I haven't known a lot of people, and Diane and I know a lot of mediums who will describe like clear faces of their guides, you know? The only time people can do that is if they're feeling connected to like a master, like a figure that we all know that we can draw, you know? So some guides you may have that with, and some you won't ever. And that's okay. It's not just about the visual, it's really about the information you're receiving. That's the important part. Feeling the love, feeling the support, and the information that's helping you. Yeah. So, do you want to do an exercise to sit with the angels? All right. Okay. Anyone needs to get up and stand for a minute, feel free to do that. Otherwise, we're going to just jump right in. And you know what? Actually, before we even jump into that, I did say that with the angels, we have to ask. So, Diana, let's talk a little bit about like phrasing questions, because I think that's an important thing, is to know how to ask different questions. You know how, like, when, for those of you that are coaches, you were taught in probably in your coaching programs, like ways to phrase questions to get your clients to actually give you more information, right? So we often phrase questions as a yes or no, which doesn't invite conversation. We're going to talk about the yes and no when we work with the pendulums in a little while. But when you're igniting communication, you want more information, depth of information, you really want to be asking open-ended questions. And I think, Diana, you have a few actual, like, you can write these down and use them almost like as guides or go-to questions for yourself.
The one question that I ask every day, and this really helped to really get my momentum going, working with my guides and the angels, is what do I need to know today? And if there was something that wasn't really clear, I will ask them, can you be more specific about this topic? So don't be afraid to go in even deeper when you do ask a question. It can be, again, so simple. What do I need to know today?
Yeah, just like if your friend was telling you a story and they didn't give you all the information, right? So what would you ask them?
Yes.
You know? Exactly how you coach your clients.
Um, and of course, whenever I do any Akashic readings too, when I send out anything to anybody, it's like, we're not going to ask yes and no questions. Don't be afraid to get deep because you will get the answers. Again, like Kim said, like open-ended questions. And you can keep taking it further and taking it further. Kim, do you want me to read some of the questions that we came up?
Yeah, I think that'd be great because then you can just use them as a jumping point.
Another question that we came up with is, how can I stay in the center or on track in my life's purpose right now? It's so easy to veer off to the right or to the left. And I was like, I think I need a little bit of help here. Get that carrot dangled back in front of my face.
That's right. Stay in the lane. Yeah. Yeah. Distractions are easy.
Yes.
Mhm.
Ask for healing for any blocks, meaning even that which you are not aware of, or going all the way, going back to the reincarnation of the soul. What are some of the things that may be holding me back? And I need specifics. Ask for specifics. We have to ask them to come in. We can ask them for specifics. If you don't understand something, ask for clarification. What can I do to continue my healing around this topic, around this subject? Is there any more healing that needs to be done? Am I complete? if there is healing, so what steps do I need to take? So you can see, you can really build on these questions to go in deeper and deeper, and they love that. That's what they're here for, to do.
One thing that I love doing is when I'm sitting with my guides, and if I ask for healing, then I just sit for, part of my sitting with my guides is just receiving healing and just notice what I'm receiving, you know? So even if you start there in your relationship with your guides of asking for healing for anything that you need. And I love that Diana said, like, going all the way back, like healing for the things we aren't even aware of, but they're interfering in our life, right? The things we've picked up along the way in the journey of our own soul. It can be very powerful.
Nicole, what is your question about healing?
Yes, this is potentially a little more of a complicated scenario, but we're
Okay.
talking about angels, but I have religious trauma from
Hmm.
being Catholic my entire life. So
Yeah,
I have a hard time accepting, I guess, angels as a guide because of, everything I dealt with, the same things that Julie did with, they talked about guardian angels all the time and this and that, but then like the rest of the religion was just
yeah,
ruined for me as a kid. So like
yeah.
I'm really trying to figure out how I can do this and be accepting of that regardless of a religious context around it.
I'm so glad you asked that question, Nicole. It's a really important question. Um, and what's interesting is I too was raised Catholic, and like as an adult, I just became horrified,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely horrified. And like you said, it's like trauma. Um, and what's interesting is in my Catholic upbringing, it was almost like we were separated from the angels, just like we're separated from God. So
Mm-hmm.
I didn't feel like I was allowed to talk to the angels or make them part of my life. Like they were untouchable, and I was not good enough for their
Mm-hmm.
love, basically. So that was kind of my own like experience with that, Nicole.
Mm-hmm.
So personally, as I went through my own awakening, what I did was because part of my awakening was the loss of my religion,
Mm-hmm.
and dealing with the loss. And what I did was I just sort of took with me the pieces that felt good to me. Like
Mm-hmm.
the idea that I didn't really believe that Jesus was saying God was out there and we were at the mercy of God. I believe that Jesus was saying God is in here. That was just my personal interpretation. So I took that with me. Does that make sense? Like
Mm-hmm.
I left everything else and I just took what felt right. Now,
Mm-hmm.
that being said, Nicole, you might not be ready, or it might not even be something that you need to work through feeling close to the angels.
Mm-hmm.
And that's okay. You do not have to do that ever, you know? Um, and the way I've come to think of the angels is like the religion is literally written by a bunch of men in the
Mm-hmm.
Catholic religion.
Mm-hmm.
The female gospels ordered to be burnt by men in the Catholic religion so that we couldn't have access to them. Um, and I've just decided that for me, my own spiritual growth is me gathering what resonates with me.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I know that's what you've been doing in your journey of gathering what resonates for you.
Mm-hmm.
And for women in general, what you actually represent is just this reclaiming of our power and
Mm-hmm.
everything that many religions have tried to take away and still do. So that being said, I would say as we step into the angel meditation, thinking of it as just the love from the spirit world. So it does not have to be that you spend time with an angel.
Mhm.
That might not be right for you, right?
Okay.
Might be that you spend time with a loved one, like you did last week,
Mhm.
right? With your cat, or with anybody, or just a guide that's just there to just give you lots of love.
Okay.
But I don't,
Can I say one thing?
yeah,
Um,
absolutely, Julie.
as an adult, I have learned to completely
Hmm.
separate spirituality from religion.
Yeah. Mhm.
So I may no longer have the religious, in other words, I've thrown out the religion and kept the spirituality. And I use basically from my Catholic upbringing, I kept what is useful to me, or basically what I resonate with, and everything else I have no use for. That's the way I've dealt with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nicole, that might mean for you throwing everything away, or there might
Mm-hmm.
be one piece, right? Um, but the trauma of the church is not, it's not spiritual at all.
No.
Trauma of the ego.
Mm-mm.
And in shifting into blending with your guides, you're blending in a world where the ego is not alive. So maybe it's even just shifting into that space where there's no ego and there's just this pure love and just sitting with love. And that's all you need, you know? Yeah, yeah. I'm really glad you asked that question because even one of the leaders of like angelic information, she kind of went the opposite way and she rejected everything that she gave about angelic information and now is like deeply really rooted in religion and says everything about the angels was, it's very interesting. So we all have to just follow our path and I really think just absorb what resonates. Yeah. Anything else, Nicole?
No, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So as I lead the meditation, I might not only use the word angel so that Nicole can have something also. All right. Okay. Okay. So have your pen and paper handy in case you want to write during the meditation or if you just want to sit in your own internal experience, whichever way you end up wanting to do it. Okay. There's just some blank pages that you can write on. All right. So let's just connect together once more. Oh, I'm just taking in all the beauty of everyone here, the magnetic power of you all, and the sacredness of us just spending this time together, just growing together, learning from one another, and expanding. Just taking in a nice, deep, sacred breath. Almost as if you're breathing in the love of your soul, the love of the inner you, feeling the power of that. And the magnificence that it's been there all along, every breath of your life. No matter what was happening, this silent, quiet strength has been right there. You've been held in the embrace of your soul, and all of the love from the spirit world the entire time. And the spirit world also admires you because they know it's a hard journey as a human, an even harder journey as a woman. And they admire this brave choice that you made to come and have this female experience. And you did so knowing that you would have their support. And you did so for your own growth, the expansion and the journey of your soul. To just work through any pain, any fear, any limitations. And right alongside that, just like the curb runs alongside the road, has been your soul the whole time. And right alongside the soul is the entire love of the world of spirit. Everybody that is there just for you. Maybe just spend a moment just sinking deeper into the embrace of that. All of the love of that is in your human self. You are completely surrounded by the world of spirit. You sit inside of that. And the only thing separating you is the body and the ego. And that keeps you anchored as a human having this experience. And your soul keeps you anchored as the spiritual being that you are. These two things happening simultaneously throughout your life. And as you expand and sink deeper into the embrace of spirit, you may just be noticing your group of guides. And you may just stay right there with them. A loved one in spirit, your spirit guides, your counsel, your messengers, whoever it is for you. Or you may feel called to just keep moving into that angelic realm. Each world within another world. Your human life within the world of your loved ones of spirit. Your loved ones of spirit within the world of your spirit guides. And your spirit guides within the world of the angels. And you get to choose in this moment which world you want to spend some time in. As you settle yourself into that world, just get comfortable. Just notice how you're feeling. And notice all of the colors. Notice the temperature. And any landscape that you're seeing. You may almost feel like you're suspended in the air. Wherever you have landed is perfect for you. And right with you is your guides or your angels. Keep expanding your awareness to include them in it. It's just like a sound wave vibrating out further and further and further. The expansion of your awareness out further and further and further. Like just blowing all the seeds from a dandelion, picking up that dandelion when you were a child and just blowing them, just watching them go out into the universe. And this is just the expansion of your aura and the blend of your soul and the feeling of your power. And as you are there, you may already have the sense of someone with you, or you may just need to unlock and open the door and have them walk through it. As that door opens, it's just so much light. It's just warm and enveloping you. And this is the light of unconditional love, the light of your guides, your loved ones, and the angels. Just allow yourself to be bathed in that. The rays of the sun just sparkling down on you. You are one just blended with spirit, with your guides, with the angels, just holding everyone in the space that you need to hold them in. Just sit now in silence and have your own internal experience. And just take a moment to ask them for any healing that you might benefit from today. It can be something you're aware of, or even asking for something that you're not aware of. And just sit and receive the healing. And just ask if there's anything you can be doing to help the healing for yourself. As you've been sitting, you've been surrounded by this beautiful pyramid of white light. And the pyramid of white light is an energy of protection. And all this is doing is keeping you in this beautiful sacred space with the love of the world of spirit, your guides, your angels, so that nothing can interfere when you spend time with them. And so that you can absorb any healing or wisdom that you are meant to absorb. Just notice that beautiful pyramid of white light around you. It's just another place that you can return anytime you want to sit with your guides or your angels, creating more and more sacred spaces for you to do this work. And if you would like, just ask for another message, something they want you to know right now. And it is in these moments with your loved ones, guides, and angels that you are just writing your own truth, your own scripture. Whatever you receive is truly for you. And as you deepen and strengthen this relationship, receive more and more information to share if you choose to, or information just for you on your journey. However this relationship evolves will be perfect for you. Because it's given in unconditional love. Just breathe in that beautiful pyramid of light, breathing it right into your heart chakra, reminding you that you are always safe and protected. And you are always receiving this powerful unconditional love. Calling your attention back into your heart and into your breathing. And just gently remembering those beautiful vines that were wrapped around your feet at the beginning of today. You are still connected to Mother Earth, grounded, solid, safe, moving all the way back up to that crown and adjusting that crown chakra to be as open as you want it to be for the rest of our time today. Just becoming more and more aware of your body and your breathing. Maybe just taking in another nice deep breath and returning into the Zoom whenever you are ready. If there's anything that you want to write down, just take a moment to write it down. Give us a little wave when you're ready. Cole, Michelle, everybody's back. Hello, ladies. How did everybody do with that? Okay. Nicole, did it feel okay even when I said angels? Like, did it feel like you were okay? Excellent. I'm so glad. Anybody have anything they want to share with the group?
I will. I had a couple of times, and you'll probably see it when you when you watch the replay. There were a couple of times I like snapped out. Like and the first time I'm like, oh my gosh, was I sleeping? And I wasn't sleeping, but I snapped out. And it's funny because in the moment I didn't realize it, but then as I was coming out, I realized that it was almost like I was falling
Mhm.
and they caught me
Mhm.
and like brought me back up. Right. So I was like, okay. Anyway, but and there were some weird things that popped in, but it was what I felt was that it was all about forgiveness. There were things that popped in that's like, okay, you can forgive yourself. You can let go of this. You can forgive yourself. So it was very clearly forgive myself, not other people.
Yes.
And I'm getting confirmation right now that yep. And then when you asked, is there healing that can be done? I think the other day when we met, my like lead healer, right? She's all white. She's got rainbow, like the chakras that come out of her hands, right?
Yeah.
And she was like focused on my gut, on my intestinal area. And when you talked about healing, like she was like immediately right there and focused on my gut again. Right. So that was interesting. And then when you asked us to ask them, is there anything else that like we need to know today? And I got two very clear messages and very like almost like directive kind of feeling. Like you need to do this. Like there's a lot of intention in it, but the first one was reconnect with my purpose or connect more clearly with my purpose. By the time I came out, I couldn't remember exactly what it was, but and that the second one was live and work more intentionally from my values. And then I asked, are the values, because I have my values on my board right in front of me. And I asked, are these my values? And I got a yes, but then I got the little, just a little bit, not a full tightness, but a little tightness. And I asked what that was. And that was that one of the values is not the core value, is what I felt. One of my values is not the core, it's not the root, it's a piece of, it's like there's this umbrella and it's like underneath the umbrella, but it's not the umbrella. So, so anyway, so I'm gonna look at that more deeply. So
Thank you for sharing that. And I want to address the physical feeling that you had, like when you got kind of pulled out. And 'cause this is something that any one of you might notice, because as you're going into that deeper altered state, right? Like, so we're moving into theta. With each altered state, like with each state, alpha, theta, then delta. It's kind of like a continuum, right? There's the lighter state of theta, then there's the deeper, you're moving. So what can happen is as you're moving, you might have like a resistance to it of the deepening and pull yourself out. So for instance, Michelle, when I'm doing practicing trance speaking,
Mhm.
there are times that I get deeper, right? And I'll start almost feeling like I'm spinning, even though I'm sitting completely still. I feel like a huge sense of spinning and vertigo that pulls me right out. And it's like, it's almost like I'm still working with that resistance of going even deeper. Does that make sense? And I get
Mhm.
physical sensations, and that's like that's a natural thing that can happen. So I want you all to be aware of that as you continue this practice, like when you sit with your guides and you go deeper, that you might have moments like what Michelle is explaining. And it's one thing of like wanting to do something, but we're also working through our stuff as we're doing it, you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The thing that really hit me that I recognized super clearly is as I started, okay, I gotta go back in, I gotta go back in. I was trying to remember where I was and I couldn't remember
Mm.
where I was.
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
couldn't remember where I was, what was going on, anything. And it
Yeah.
was almost like I wasn't being allowed to go back to that. There was
Well, the lack of memory is confirmation that you were there.
a
Okay, so like like how like even when you guys were practicing like working intuitively and then you wouldn't remember everything that you said, right? There is this amnesia that occurs. Like Diana, I know like when you give an Akashic reading, you can never tell me what you said afterwards. It's just like gone, right? So it's basically confirmation you were there. Think of it almost like that. And if you pulled yourself out, it's okay. Because whatever we need to get, like as we continue the practice, we'll receive. We'll get there, you know? Yeah. Yeah. I'm so glad that you shared that experience because it's important for people to be aware of. Thank you. Anyone else? Deb Day, so deeply relaxed, guilty of sleeping a few times in and out. And that's you like hovering in that state, you know? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Um, I've definitely fallen asleep when I do this work. Diana, have you? Yeah.
More than I can probably count.
Yeah. It happens. It happens.
Yes, what I miss.
It's like you're trying to hold yourself in a certain level of consciousness, and it's hard, you know? Yeah. All right. Okay. Julie.
I got my message for today now.
Yeah.
I finally got my guidance for today.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Yeah. Excellent. Beautiful. And Nicole, how are you doing there?
I'm okay. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So let's take another break and then we're going to come back with your card decks and we're going to learn how to read cards. Okay. I will set my magic timer again.
Feel like I'm at the opera.
It cracks me up. It's so funny. I think there's ways to choose the music, but I have no idea.
Oh.
I'm just going to pull a card for the group while we're just waiting for everyone to come back. Door to romance.
Mm.
So today is all about like deepening that relationship, right? Deepening that connection to your guides. That's how I'm reading this card. It's just like reflection of what we're actually doing. I love that. All right, Diana, can we start with an Akashic message again?
Yes. Do you want to wait for Deb and Michelle or
Yeah.
Michelle?
No, I'm just like, I think I forgot to do that last time. I don't remember.
No, we did.
Oh, we did? Okay. All right. Here's Deb. Hi, Deb.
Hi.
Mhm.
Come on, Miley. Come on out. My puppy. There's Miley.
Oh, hello. Pretty eyes.
She's 15.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Geriatric.
Yeah. She's like, what are you eating? Can I have some?
She's in my group. Geriatrics.
Oh, her and my mom. Okay.
All right, we're just waiting for Michelle. Do you have your cards, ladies?
Yes.
Yay.
Oh, selenite, nice.
Mm.
They've been by my nightstand and
Nice.
had the selenite. I had to put my hands on them and open them and see
Mm-hmm.
them and
Of
Yeah.
course
read the
we
book.
did. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have selenite in my car too.
I had
Oh,
a
in your
round
car?
ball of selenite that I was thinking of keeping in my car.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
There's
I have
a lot of crazy drivers in Colorado.
mine right here. Yeah.
There's crazy drivers everywhere.
I know. And Deb, where are you?
I'm in Northern Virginia.
Mm.
I'm not, I'm like right near all the battlefields. Manassas is the town, but I'm just outside of DC.
Okay. Nicole, we're going to actually be sending the cards energy today for cleansing. Yeah.
Mm.
Yep. All right. Maybe we should get going in case Michelle got held up.
Okay.
Because we still have a lot to get through today.
And the time's flying by. Oh my.
Flying by.
Okay. So the Akashic Masters and light beings are saying now it is time to have some fun. Let the magic come through the fingers and the thumbs. I love when they get rhymey, and they do occasionally do that. So this is yes, and we're going to be talking about a subject that I absolutely love. So one of the questions that I always get is, what is the difference between oracle and tarot cards? Tarot cards can go into a little deeper subject matter if you want, or it could, depending on who the reader is and how they want to read their cards. But there's always 78 cards in tarot or tarot. With your oracle cards, it depends on who the author is. They can put 10 cards in a deck and call it an oracle deck. For me, I love the oracle because I can get a very deep understanding in a story just as much as I can with my tarot cards. Okay. So the first thing that we're going to do is start clearing. And what I like to do is with the box in your hand, and this is important because this box has been touched by a lot of people as well. And I hold them in my left hand and I knock on it 3 times, pulling all that negative energy out of the box on the bottom. So now my box has been cleared.
I'm sorry, guys, but I did all that last night.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm glad you already have that practice of doing that.
Yeah.
And it doesn't hurt to do it again, Julie. I do it every time I work with my cards.
Every time I do a reading, I knock them, and I knock the deck actually
Yeah.
too. Mhm.
But it's just as important to do that box too, because it's been handled by so many people. The next is that when you open your box, you're going to see that you have a guidebook. And I do the same thing. Left hand, 1, 2, 3. I'm taking all that energy out of the guidebook because I know that there's been a lot of people through manufacturing and everything that has touched that. So now all of that energy is out. And now the same thing for the cards. 1, 2, 3. My cards are now clear. That's my intention, is to clear everything every time before I use them.
Another thing you can do if you want to is make sure all your cards are facing in the same direction. Because some people like to read reverse, meaning if you pull the card in, it's upside down. So I typically don't read reverse, but I will make sure my cards are in the same direction so that if something does come up upside down, to me, that's significant. But if I'm not checking that, then I won't read reverse because they do get like a mess when you're using them.
And Kim, thank you for that, because some card decks are not supposed to be read upside down or in reverse too.
Yeah.
Again, that is who's ever putting the oracle cards together
Right.
with love. The other thing too is just going through them and looking at them and saying, hello, thank you for being here and working with me, and getting to know each and every card, just flipping through them very, very quickly. But we're going to do something a little different today. I'd like for you to take your cards in your hands, and we're going to kind of fan them out like this. And we're going to hold them over our heart. There's going to be 2 things that we're actually going to do. So in most of the guidebooks, there will be a prayer that the person will do. And I'd like to read that first, and then Kim and I are going to send you some Reiki for your cards over your heart.
So we'll just with the Reiki be clearing the energy with our intention and just powering them up for you to feel more connected to your deck. And like Deb said, you can sleep with them on your nightstand to feel like you get connected to them. You could put a crystal on them. You can use, incense, sage, whatever. These are all fun things you can do.
Yep,
Mhm.
sleep with them under your pillow.
I
I
leave mine on the windowsill in the sunlight.
or in the moonlight too, put them in a plastic container. I find when I sleep with them under my pillow, they're all on the floor when I get up in the morning. So then I'm playing card pickup. So
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. And some people they don't like other people to touch the cards. Some people don't mind if someone touches the cards. So you have to just kind of determine what's right for you.
mhm,
Okay.
mhm.
All right. So everybody's got their cards. And Diana, I'm sorry, I keep interrupting.
Right, that's all right. This is just a sample. I am going to use this invocation that Sandra used with these cards. It's just an example. You can come up with your own, or you don't even have to do this. It's whatever it feels good to you. But I just wanted to run this through you, by you, and with you. Excuse me. I invite the presence of loving spirit to bring help and healing here. May divine love bless and inform us. May inspiration guide this experience, bring wisdom to my heart and mind, and bring blessings and guidance to all. Amen. All right. We ready to send some Reiki?
Absolutely.
And ask you to all take just a deep breath. Close your eyes with the intentions of connecting and powering up your cards to your energy. And now I'm going to ask that you all come back into the room. Reiki has been sent to the cards. It was very powerful. Oof, I felt it, Kim.
I used the gold a little bit, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Okay, okay. So let's talk a little bit about shuffling because that can be again one of those ego things that can kind of get in the way sometimes. We just need to do what feels right to you. Some people will spread them all out on the table and bring them back together. Some people will shuffle them like a deck of cards out in Vegas. I have small hands, so I do like to kind of shuffle mine like this. Kim likes to shuffle hers like that. So as I'm shuffling, I'm thinking about my question or the issue or whatever I want to know, right? And then I like to just take mine and I do, instead of laying them out and breaking up the deck, I just kind of put them through like this. Some people find them out on the table and the one that's sticking up or the one that they're drawn to, they will pull out of the deck what is ever the easiest for you. And if one jumps out, pay attention to that. Lay it to the side because it could be very meaningful to your reading.
And
Kim,
so I don't pick a card ever.
he doesn't. It's
I
amazing.
shuffle until a card flips over or pops out. Because a long time ago, my mind just couldn't settle. So it didn't like to be responsible for picking a card. So I just told Spirit, whatever card, okay, see how it just happened?
I
It just flipped
I did
over.
the same thing and one just flew out immediately,
Hmm.
so.
Yeah. Then I feel, I'm like, okay, I can believe Spirit picked the card. So there's really no right or wrong. That's what we really want to impress upon you all.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes.
Yeah. Michelle,
Michelle,
Can I share?
yes.
So I just did this wonderful women's networking circle this weekend. And in the gifts that we put together for everyone, I bought now I can't remember it's out there, but I bought a card deck and I put
Mhm.
one card in each, I was putting one card in each bag, right? Like this drove me bonkers. I like can't even believe how it happened, but I shuffled the cards so that they would be, because there's different topics in
Yeah.
the deck, shuffled the cards, and I'm pulling them out and looking at them and putting them, blessing them, and putting them in the bag, right? And I'm like, wait a minute, these are all the same topic. And so I turned the deck over and I looked at the deck. I shuffled it. It
Mhm.
was not shuffled. Every single grouping of topics were still totally organized after I shuffled them. Boggled my brain.
Mhm.
I just sat there and I go, okay, is there a reason for this? Yes. So am I supposed to only do one grouping? Like what? Like I just like sat with it. Nope.
Mhm.
And so I felt like I needed to lay them out in their little groupings and then take one card at a time,
yeah,
just the top
yeah.
card.
You break them
And
up.
I was like flabbergasted. How can this even happen?
I've had some decks do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Mhm.
okay.
Actually, I have a chakra deck behind me, and that's happened with the chakra deck.
Mhm.
I think that I'm mixing them all up, but the chakras, each chakra's sequence stays together. Um, it's always for a reason, right? Yeah, I love that.
So Kim, what if we just very quickly, if we all shuffle our cards and we just ask for one card for the group for right now, just what does in general do the cards want to say to the group and see what we all pick? Does that
Yeah.
sound okay?
So
Very
does
quick.
everyone know how they want to pick a card? Like you can do it like Nicole and I till something pops out. You can pick from the top, you can pick from the bottom, you can fan them out and pick something. You can pick from the middle. Um, do you
Over.
know how you want to pick? Okay. All right. So let's everybody pick a card for the group.
I'm keeping the one that flew out. I mean, I wasn't
Good.
thinking of the group, but I feel like it
Yep.
feels right.
Yep. I love
That's
it. And Michelle, I mean, Nicole, I put mine back in and never looked at it, so I don't know what flopped out, but something else to see. All right. Okay, let's show everybody your card. I got the woman holding a heart. Oh, victory. Nicole got victory. You got envy.
journey.
Journey. And
Julie, we're having a hard time seeing yours.
oh,
You're
just unmute, sweetheart. Envy. We got two envies. Okay. And then,
Action.
oh, action. Yeah, the horses.
Well,
Is it the
yeah.
horses? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So when you're reading your card, you can just open the book and see what the author wanted for that meaning. However, because you're in this program, we want to flex the intuitive muscle. So I want you to just take your cards and start looking at them and notice what you're drawn to. You might be drawn to a certain item in on the card, in the image, the name of the card, the number. Just start noticing what you're drawn to. And just like when you were practicing giving your readings, You just start talking from the first thing that comes. And if you keep talking, you keep the doorway open and more will come. Now, we're practicing using these cards as a way to connect with your guides to give you information. That is the purpose of the cards in this program, right? Sometimes people read specifically just from the card, like the card is the information giver. But the way Diana and I work with cards, it's really to connect to that higher wisdom from the guides. So it's like a tool, like opening a doorway to information. All right. So, Diana, you want to demonstrate maybe yours? And I think it's very significant that two people pulled the same card. So that's going to have a significant meaning for the group.
So you want me to tell
Sure.
tell
Yeah,
what?
like demonstrate like how you would read that card.
So I got envy. Now I right away was looking at it more from recognizing everything that I do have and being grateful for it. But as I was looking at the card, I was looking at this, it's kind of like almost a the golden energy. I'm looking at that and she's looking out towards the gold, that there's something very powerful. We let go of all of the thoughts and beliefs that maybe not serve us in the highest and best good, but looking out into the future and changing maybe the way I think about some things and being grateful. It's a reminder of being grateful of things. Only good things are going to come from this. So, yeah, I love that. And if I may share right now too, I always turn my deck over and I always look at the very bottom of the card as well.
At the end. Let's do it at the end.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So if you want, you can pull the card envy out so you can be looking at it in front of you. You can pull everybody's cards out.
Number 20.
All right. So you notice how Diana first she started with the color, like noticing the golden energy, because there's all gold in that doorway. That's what she was drawn to first, and then talking about that. So Michelle, would you like to kind of continue on that? And there's no card reading envy. Like everyone's gonna get the message that they're supposed to get, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's interesting is that I at first went envy, like, and I could tell it was like all mental.
Yeah. Mhm.
And but I also was drawn to the gold and the bright and the I saw it as like this glowing, direction that she's going in. But the second thing is that almost angelic aura that's around her head, the white aura that's around her head, and she's very peaceful looking. And so what I loved what you said, Diana, because my whole theme for my business Facebook page this week is all about gratitude and the abundance. So, and that was basically what you just shared. So that was very aligned for me. But yeah, like I don't see envy in this card the way I think it in my head at all. The only things like I actually took a picture, was zooming in on her hands, trying to figure out what's in her hands. And tried, just seeing if there's anything that came to me for that. And the only thing that did was in the hand that's up, there's a little orb, a little shiny orb. It's not in her hand, but it's like next to her hand. And that felt like an angel to me. So, but yeah, like I don't I get like prosperous, but I don't get like,
Mhm.
so I get that abundance feeling, but not like I don't know. I don't get like envy like I feel it up here. I get like looking, so here's one of the things. So this is what's coming to me actually is I had a conversation even at the event on Saturday that it's not about competition. It's not about competing with each other. There could be 3, 5, 6 people in the room who all do the same thing. And there were. And I shared, but we each do it differently. And we each have strengths. And we each can learn from each other's strengths. And in the roundtables that I did after my speech, I actually put intentionally 3 real estate agents at the same table because I really wanted them to experience that. And that's basically the feeling that I'm getting from this is that we can all have that abundance. So we don't need to be envious. We can share and connect and collaborate with our strengths, even when we're working in the same industry and doing the same thing. So anyway, that's what I get.
So do you see, ladies, how like we're building on the reading? Like we're just on one card right now, right? From Diana to Michelle. And like Michelle, you just actually demonstrated of using that card as like a jumping place to just access the information that Spirit's trying to give us. You know, it's a great example of that. Anyone else want to work on this card? All right, I'm gonna jump off of it. And for me, when I think of really what's underneath envy, it's a desire to be more. And when I think of her facing that yellow, to me, yellow is really about learning and absorbing. Um, and this hunger to know more and to walk through that doorway and experience more and deepen because she's already quite magical, right? Michelle pointed out her aura, which you're seeing is very white. I'm still seeing like a lot of yellow in her aura too. Um, so it's to me, it can become like the learning to the teaching, the learning to the teaching, like on the opposite side of learning is actually teaching. And she really appears like she does have, like Michelle was saying, that abundance. And she has a lot already, and she's just hungry for more. So when I think of like what everyone is doing here, it's like you're deepening that connection to spirit, you're deepening that connection within yourself. It's not really envy, it's the hunger for more, you know? And I do sometimes when I'm teaching say, there's no spirit guide envy, like whatever experience you have, like don't, I know I've probably said that to you all. I know I've said it when I teach spirit guides. Um, you know, don't have envy, right? Everyone's going to have the experience that they're going to have. Because sometimes when you see someone reading in intuitive development or you see someone doing something that seems so magical and you're like, oh, I want that too. I want that too. But it's really more like what Michelle said of experiencing from one another, you know, and lifting each other up. So that's how I saw this card, you know, starting with what Diana pointed out in the gold. Anything else to add to that? All right. Okay. So who picked journey? That death. So you want to start just by whatever you're noticing in the card.
Um,
What number is Journey?
2. Um, I thought it was just amazing that she was on this bridge that looked like it was, you know, a little precarious on the journey, carrying this big, huge suitcase, but yet she was dressed really elegant. And this light that was coming from the lamppost was illuminating her path, but not her. She was already luminous, her aura being this beautiful yellow. And she had this gem that she was carrying. It might be a lantern, but it looked like a gem to me. That there was something magical about what she gets to bring on her journey. And while it could be precarious, she's confident that she's strong enough to cart this big suitcase full of whatever it is that she needs on this journey. And um, she's unwavering in her position in life. And I didn't really think too much about the number two. Um, I thought it was interesting to see that there was maybe some flying frog or some flying thing at the bottom and a little pink fairy dust. So those were the things that I noticed
Mhm,
about this card. I don't know
mhm,
what it means.
mhm. Yeah. So how would you phrase that as a reading to the group? Just maybe in one or two sentences.
No matter how precarious your journey, you're strong enough to walk wherever it takes you. And there's some magic that you bring to everything you do.
Mm.
And the world is anticipating it. And to shine your light proudly where you're going next. There are surprises on this journey.
If I may interrupt for just 1 second, could I please have you put the first card that we pulled, number 1, and then journey number 2 next to each other? I know,
What do you mean first card? Which one?
envy. So there was envy number 1, and
Oh.
then,
Mhm, mhm.
yeah. And just lay them in front of you because we'll talk about it just at the very end.
Okay, I know where you're going with this. Yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to
And-
say something else.
Yeah.
This is what fell out of my deck.
Hmm?
This is what fell out of my deck when I
Okay.
was shuffling before we
Mhm,
picked a card.
mhm, mhm.
Just by the way,
Yeah.
so you know that.
Do you want to interpret that? First
Ah,
of all, what the reading you just gave, when I asked
Yes.
you to give a reading to like put it into two sentences for the group, I want
mhm,
you to go back and
okay.
write down when you watch the video, like write it down because it almost could be like an amazing social media. It was gorgeous what you just said.
Thank you, Kim.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Hmm.
much.
Hmm. Hey, it's another way to use your cards.
I almost did a reading with my client this morning.
Mhm.
She was ready. I said, next week we're going to start with one.
Okay.
OMG. I've never done that before. I'm so excited.
Awesome. Awesome. Does anyone want to add to Journey? Michelle does.
I I just want to point out that it's 2 and 20 as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
Mm.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Oh,
Hmm.
So obviously the commonality of the gold um, and her aura, like she's got that kind of goldish white aura around her as well. Um, just a feeling of joy. It's almost like she's dancing. She's not walking, she's dancing. And so, and there's no feeling of fear in her. There's brave and courageous and excited and Um, there's also a feeling of abundance with her as well, the gold bag and the way she's dressed. And so
So maybe Diana, maybe talk about putting the cards next to each other before we move on to the next card. Because I know what you were getting to.
I think we should move on.
Oh,
first.
really? All
Yep.
right. Okay.
So what's the next card? Who?
Um, who pulled victory? Nicole.
Yep. Um, for this one, I was definitely drawn to kind of all the little intricate designs that Matt, like in the background as well as on her face. I mean, but ultimately, victory, I think, is a good thing. It's that there are positive things coming. There are things that are light, and in this case, there's a lot of gold in this particular card. So I think a lot of golden things coming as well. And the 28 happens to be the date of my birthday. So like that number is very significant, obviously. Um, but yeah, I mean, I think if I'm looking at it in association with the other two, this one, there's gold in all of them, but this one is by far the most. And I think that that relates to the victory piece where, we might have there may be some envy. I'm trying to look at it in that positive light, but there's always going to be envy of some sort on a journey. But I also think that will ultimately lead to victory and that we can use envy in a positive way to spark us to move forward on that journey.
Ooh.
Love that.
Mhm.
I love that. And Nicole actually, I don't know when you actually did it, you actually just put these three cards together
Mm-hmm.
in your interpretation. You know,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Right. So the building
Mm-hmm.
of it all. I love that. And the fact that you were drawn to the number two and that it's your birth date,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there was like an extra little message just private for you, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And this card, when I look at the colors, I see a balance of blue and gold.
Mm-hmm.
And the blue just reminding me again of you, like the voice, having the voice, helping people have a voice and speaking your truth, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I really like that. Like the victory of the voice.
Mm-hmm.
Like with the voice, you get to truly be yourself and express who you are, you know?
Yeah.
Mhm. I love that. Does anyone want to add to victory? Anything you're noticing?
You might want to say something that I don't want to say. Huh. This card deck is starting out with this is a personal share,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm noticing that I can reflect back on my own journey on this card deck. And it's touching me deeply,
Mm-hmm.
seeing the envy that I experienced as a young teenage girl throughout my early adulthood and not really recognizing that there was this beautiful journey that I was already on and meant to be on, and that there was ultimately the opportunity for victory, and that it would wipe out all that envy. And then, like, I assume that the next card is going to be about the gifts, the service, the what I'm doing after feeling victorious
Mm-hmm.
on that personal journey.
Mm-hmm. Which leads us to this is Julie. action.
Well, first thing that I noticed was the number 17. And 17's a lucky number. And I grew up in the house number 17. And I see the horses. And luck, it just like horses are racing forward. It's like a horse race. And it's lucky number 17. The action is going to be triumphant, or like the keeping with the victorious, winning. The Also, if you notice, there's a bird in the sky, so it's almost like the bird is guiding them forward, and the bird is like up above, and they're going forward, and the bird is keeping up with them, or they're keeping up with the bird, whatever. um and it's almost like there's clouds in the sky. It's like a mixture of clouds and sun, but it's like they're going to be victorious, and I keep saying victorious, but the action that they're taking is leading to winning, like being triumphant and winning.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I envision too for all of us in this group. We're all going to achieve what we set out to achieve, no matter what it is.
I love that. And I was just going to say, bring it to the group, and you did it.
Yeah.
Diana, are you like, I'm so impressed with all of you because I'm going to tell you, like, first time I bring cards to people, they'll just say, well, there's a tree. I just see a bird. Like people don't like get into the meaning behind it, and you're all demonstrating that so well. Michelle, what did you want to say? You're playing with numbers there. I see that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're doing numerology with it.
She is, and look at like she added it all up to 8, and then the last card is an 8.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was going to say. 1 plus 7 is 8. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
but 1 plus 7 is 8, and then you've got the 2 from the journey
Right.
plus the
Yep.
8 of 17. But that wasn't really, there's something totally separate that I was
Okay.
going to share.
Yeah.
And again, just like Deb, I feel like this might be personal, and I feel like it might also really make a difference to the group. But notice the 2 horses. The white horse in the front is like really like driving and pushing and striving, and then the one in the back is very calm and peaceful and almost like they're prancing or walking. They're not running. The one in the back isn't running, yet they're in the same
Right.
place. And so something that I've been very present to in my life and in my business is shifting from that drive, push, I got to force, I got to run hard, I got to work hard, I got to do everything, to being that I've been up until now in my life, to being peaceful. I can take action in
True.
the same way and be at the same place as someone. I can take action more peacefully and be in the same space as someone who's working their butt off, right? And so that's what I like saw instantly in this card. I totally didn't realize my video wasn't on, sorry.
No, that's okay.
But
That's
that's what I realized instantly with this card. That like hit me like boom. So anyway.
And Diana's laughing because she's constantly giving me exactly that reading. Stop racing.
Oh, yeah.
And to jump off you, it's almost like the idea of like this is how we feel as humans, but like there's spirit right there, just calm in the background. Okay, you got this. Slow down. I
Yeah.
love that. I love that. Anyone else want to add to the action card?
I love the vast vastness of the space behind the fence,
Mm-hmm.
that they might be where they are right now on this side of the fence,
Mm-hmm.
but the possibility is just as endless as that space outside the fence.
That's beautiful. Mm-hmm. So you see how you can just keep going with one card? Just one card, right? Can give you so much more information. So we're going to move to the woman holding a heart. I think that was me. I think I picked this. And to me, she always reminds me of the Queen of Hearts in the tarot. But what I'm really mostly drawn to today is three things on this card. One is the bracelet on her arm, which has like a black heart in it. And I don't think I've ever noticed that in this card before. In comparison to the large heart that she's holding, and then the butterfly. So it's almost like the anchoring and the grounding, like when you feel, I don't know if you've ever worn a bracelet up by your biceps like that, but it's like you can't forget that it's there. It's just such a feeling around your arm, you know? So to me, that dark heart, it's like the grounding of it all. And the smallness of that compared to the large red and gold heart, we only need the grounding like in the human life. We need the grounding because of our minds and our bodies. But the spiritual part of ourselves, the larger piece of ourselves, doesn't need that at all. And that to me is like this other heart. But then the butterfly that I was drawn to is just representation of like mirroring this journey that we've just taken with all these cards, right? The growth and change that we're under whenever you have an awakening, whenever you decide to work on yourself, whenever you take a spiritual journey, and that journey into your intuition will change you and transform you in ways that you're all experiencing, and yet there will be so much more as you go forward, like more and more and more will unfold. So I feel like the order that we even read these cards in told an absolute story. And that's what Diana was trying to get at when she said, put the cards next to each other. Even like when you see these first two figures, when you put it next to each other, they're the way I put them next to each other, they were facing each other because this was like the beginning of the story to me. Michelle and Diana's card. And she's like calling her along, right? And as she moves along, she starts to feel really good about where she's going and victorious. And then that feeling ignites energy and movement, just this power of that heart within you, the soul within you, and the discovering of that and how that is going to just continue to change you. But what I really want you to understand is as you hold these cards today, is you took the information that you were drawn to and you interpreted meaning to it. And that's a card reading. A card reading isn't, oh, she's holding a cup of beads. Oh, there's a suitcase. Like I've seen people give card readings and that's all they're doing, right? And you guys like automatically just went into that. It's just freaking blowing my mind quite a bit. And then you can always go back to the author and see what the author's meaning of was that card. And there might be one sentence that you feel drawn to that, solidifies. Or if I draw a card for myself and I'm confused, what, why did I draw this card today? Sometimes I will go to the book, but I would love for you all to always start with your intuitive read of the card, what you're drawn to, just like you did today, and then go to the book. It's nice to know the author's meaning. That author worked really hard. She had something to tell you, right? She wrote all this writing. Somebody illustrated, whether it was with a computer or an artist did it, with a message to say. So it's good to get to know your deck from that traditional meaning of that deck too. And you'll just be blending that in there. Or when you have days like I do, when you pick a card, you're like, what? Okay, so everybody do what Diane, I'm gonna let you go into the bottom of the deck thing that you
Okay.
talk about.
Beautiful story, ladies. Thank you. And it is very important too, if you are doing a reading for somebody else and you're pulling more than one card, to see where the cards are facing. If they're facing each other, that's a pretty big aha, like pay attention if they're facing each other or if they're facing away from each other, just like with the horses. Michelle, this was brilliant. Do you want to go fast or do you want to go slower? What are you going to choose for the action? But after I've pulled my cards and I've done my reading, I always turn my deck to the bottom card, because that will bring everything together for me. And the way that this all came together today, and I love this because it's going back to all of your businesses. The very last card on my deck was door to value. Your doors are opening, the value is there, you have so much to give to others, and it's going to happen. Letting the envy go, going through the beautiful archway into the golden light, being that girl, the child, being playful, but you still have the gold surrounding it. And oh my gosh, just those two together, looking at the victory of this all happening and pulling it together. What action do I want to take? Do I want to go fast? Do I want to go slow? I have a choice. And the woman holding the heart, who's looking back over all of these cards, it's all in my heart. And this is going to be the reward.
So the deck
Oh,
has a card at the
for the
very back
spirit.
that you're looking at.
Well, it's just like if when you're done, like I actually moved my deck, so I don't have the correct bottom card. I don't know what was on the
Right.
bottom. So like when you're holding your deck,
Yeah.
Turn it over.
this is the back of the card, so I would have to turn it over and see what was sitting on the bottom.
Oh, oh, the one facing down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm. Um, and I love doing that. Diana got me into the practice of doing that actually, because I think of it almost like as the umbrella. Like Michelle was talking, you said something about an umbrella before, I can't remember what, but the umbrella. So I will actually not wait till I'm done. If I'm pulling cards, I get that card out right away and I'll read and relate everything back into that bottom card, whereas Diana will wrap up the whole reading into that bottom card. So you can do it in a number of different ways, you
Yeah,
know?
it's
Hmm.
right for you.
Yeah. Hmm. What was your card, Julie? You held something up.
Blossoming abundance.
Oh, I
Oh,
love that. A lot
Yeah.
of abundance here.
yeah.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. So we chose this deck specifically for all of you because these cards, you can do a more in-depth reading. You can get a lot of information out of this deck. Um, it's not the same as the tarot, nothing is, but the tarot, you can get in-depth readings, and there's certain oracle decks that you will find where you can do the same thing. So this is one of my main go-to decks all the time. Michelle, Blossoming Abundance. It's your theme for April. I love that. And Nicole got this, oh my gosh, the seventh chakra, Archangel or Uriel. Beautiful. Ah, I mean, I don't know, Nicole, like I feel like my heart's skipping a beat for you with that. You too, Nicole. Michelle, yeah.
What did you get, Deb? What was the bottom card?
She,
Oh,
she's like me. We touched our decks and we
I
wrecked it.
mixed it
We don't know
around
yet.
while we were
Yeah,
talking at the end,
yeah,
and so I
yeah.
was like, oh,
yeah.
okay.
I did the same thing. I forgot to. Um, I want to spend more time on the decks, and we will next time practice like teaching you some different ways to read. Because there's 1 card pulls, there's 3 card pulls, there's 4 card pulls, there's so many different kinds of pulls. But I think what I'll do is put that in an email for you and we'll like work with that next week, just because I want to move and give the pendulum some time. Is that okay? All right. Okay. Anybody need a little break?
No.
If you need a break, take it. It's okay. All right, so we're gonna put our decks aside. I don't know why I think there's 50 hours and 4 hours. I like chronically believe that. And just go to your beautiful pendulums. And Diana's gonna start again with what the Akashic wants us to know.
Again, they're rhyming. Swing to the right, swing to the left, circles and circles one way, circles and circles in the other way. Let this be a fun experience. And we're here today to play, play, play. I'll take it.
I know, right?
I'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah. So we decided to bring pendulums into the spirit guide communication because it's just another way to talk to your guides, especially if you're just having one of those moments, you need a yes or no answer and your head is getting in the way, you know? Um, so a pendulum, there you go. A pendulum is a great way to get a yes or no answer. Can also get a maybe. Um, so when you have those types of questions, there you go, Michelle. It's got all the chakras for you to keep you grounded. And then you can also not only use your pendulum to ask your guides questions, but you can use it for clearing. So you can put your pendulum over your food and it will swing to clear the energy of anything, from the food. And I'll hold it there until it stops swinging. You can do it over your water to clear your water. You can do it over your stones and your crystals. You can use it in many different ways. For myself, because I'm holding the pendulum, and Diana's going to go into like how to use it and everything, and we're going to clear them for you, like we did the decks. It's connected to my body, and my body contains like my brain, my ego, mind, everything. So I use my pendulum as confirmation not to make major life decisions. Like I'll make my decisions or I'll ask questions because I'm having trouble with getting information, or I'll ask for confirmation with my pendulum. But it's not like I'm going to make a major life decision based on my pendulum if my gut is telling me something different. Does that make sense? So I just want to say, use your pendulum, develop a relationship with it, develop some trust with it, and use it in that way as confirmation for those times when you can't get a clear answer, and just for sitting and having conversation. So first, we're going to talk about how to use it. We're going to clear it, and then we'll talk about like little rituals and ways that we use the pendulum. All right, so Diana.
So to clear my pendulum, well, first of all, I do want to say I've been in situations too where I didn't have a pendulum and I needed a yes and a no answer. I've used my car keys, I've used my necklace, I've used anything that I could swing, and it was so incredibly helpful. So it doesn't have to just be a pendulum, it can be what you need at the moment because we can program them, which we're going to talk about.
So
Um,
good. Like a piece of string with a shell, like anything, literally.
yes, 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 yes.
Mhm. Thank
Uh,
you, Diane.
yeah, so I will sometimes run, depending on the stone, if that's what it is. I will run it under cold water. I can put it in salt. I can put it in the sunshine. I can put it in the moon. I can sleep with it. I can do all those things that we were talking about, like with our cards. There's a lot of ways to clear it, or I can just hold it in my hand with my intention of saying, this is now cleared and now you're my pendulum. Now, whenever I've gone into stores and looked at pendulums, I will ask them if they want to work with me and see what they say that way too. Sometimes I can get an answer. So, because I've had a couple that just did not want to work with me, and I'm so glad because after I put it back, it was like, well, I kind of don't want to work with you either. So thank you very much. We have a mutual, we have a mutual understanding.
Wow.
Yeah. So they can be pretty powerful that way. So Kim, do you want to go in and how into the way that you hold it?
Sure. And I just wanted to show you, I have a lot, I have pendulums in almost every room in my house. Okay,
She
not
does.
gonna lie. I
She
do.
does.
Just in case I have a question.
Yeah.
But I also have a wooden pendulum. So when I'm doing energy work with people, I'll use the wooden pendulum because wood does not absorb energy. So like when I used to have like my physical space and I could be giving Reiki on someone and then 2 sessions later I'm giving Reiki again. And if I'm using my pendulum, like I wasn't like having to clear the pendulum in between people. So that might be something you kind of get interested in too, like having a wooden one if you do any work like that.
Mhm.
Or if you're very energy sensitive and some people don't want anyone else to touch their pendulum, just like with their cards, so work with it the way you want to. So the ones that are lying around my house, it has to be okay for everybody to touch because people are going to touch them. But if I have anything that's just for me, like I might keep it in my nightstand or somewhere that I'm just like, no, I just want that one attuned to me.
Mm.
Yeah. So should we talk about how we're going to hold them or should we clear them first for them?
Oh, yeah, yeah, we need to clear them first.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So just like with your cards, you can pick up your pendulum and you can hold it next to your heart and we will send some energy to it with the intention that we're going to clear anything that it had already absorbed before it met you, before it found you, and to help you become like attuned with the energy of your pendulum. Okay. So I chose each pendulum for each one of you for specific reasons. One, Julie, yours is for the crown, which I really associate with the angels, and I know of your love for the angels. So that's why you have that one. And Nicole, yours is really associated with the throat, which to me was just perfect for everything that you stand for. And Michelle, my friend that must be grounded. It's the balancing of all the chakras, keeping you aligned in the chakras and balanced in that way. I thought would be really nice for you. And Deb, yours is the voice, but for a different reason, for really more like the inspired speaking and the that like royalty thread of the voice, if that makes sense. I don't know how else to describe it. So Michelle's, I mean, Nicole's is like for the power of the voice, and yours is for the upliftment of it. They're two different ones. Okay, so the way to hold your pendulum really is from between your thumb and your pointer. And you can, I'm right-handed, I always hold it with my right hand. So I would say hold it with the hand that you feel most comfortable with. And it's really nice. You can see I have my elbow on my desk. It's nice to support the elbow because then I feel like I'm holding my arm nice and steady and I'm not moving the pendulum. The other thing is I don't hold it in front of my chakras because I don't want the pendulum reading my chakra energy because you can use them to read the chakras. So I'll hold it a little bit outside of my chakra energy. So I'm holding it like out to the right a little bit. So over time, you might be able to like not have your arm suspended because you're gonna have trust in how you're holding it. But I typically have my elbow supported when I'm holding my pendulum. Because I'm a little bit like Julie with a really strong mind. So I gotta have all the things in place so that I know I'm not using my mind. Anything else that you do, Diana, when you're holding it? No, that's about.
Sometimes if I'm tired,
Mm.
because I do have some carpal tunnel in this arm,
Mhm.
I will flip it over my finger, but I
Yeah,
still
oh,
have
you're doing that.
everything,
Mhm.
just like Kim, it's on a
Mhm.
solid surface so that it can hold it
Mhm.
steady.
Yeah.
But
And you have to understand and get to know your pendulum's yes and no answer. There's also a maybe. And I often think of the maybe. The maybe can mean like not now, like I'm not supposed to know yet, or the maybe might be it's not decided yet. Like, you know how make there's like little words for maybe that I substitute for maybe sometimes. Um, so I had my own way of attuning and understanding my yes and no, which I'm going to tell you about. But then what I want us to do is Diana's way today, and I'll explain why. So the way I would figure out my yes and no with my pendulum is I would say things that I knew the answer to. Like, I have three girls. I know I have three girls. So what would my yes? So that would show me a yes, right? So I'll say a bunch of statements so that I know the answer to and see the yes and no. Every time I get a new pendulum, I do that because you can have different pendulums swinging in different ways, which can get a little tricky because then you have to remember your yes and no for that particular pendulum. Now, I happen to be a little bit lucky where every single one I've ever gotten, my yes and no has been the same. I think spirit just knows they can't mess with my mind. But Diana has a way of attuning to the yes and no that takes care of that problem. So I'm going to let her talk about that, and then we're going to do it that way today.
and only if this works for you, right, Kim? And there's
Yeah,
nothing
yeah,
wrong.
but
Okay.
we're going to do it that way.
So I was actually trained to program my pendulum to what I want. So I'm going to tell my pendulum I want my yes to swing back and forth. I want my no to go right to left. I can program it to say, I want my maybe to go up from my right hand to left diagonally. That will be my maybe.
Could also be a clockwise or counterclockwise, right?
For,
For
for,
any one of those.
yeah,
So you can be choosing, so when you're programming it, you can be choosing forward and back, side to side, as Diana said, a certain angle, or a clockwise or a counterclockwise circular rotation.
whatever feels good to you.
Yeah.
My maybe could go from my left side to my right side. So you can do the maybe, or I don't know. That's what I meant to say. I don't know from my left to my right. So you can program your pendulum to whatever you want it to say or need it to say.
Yeah. So just take a moment to decide what swing you want to be your yes, what swing you want to be your no, and what swing you want to be your maybe. And then start working with that pendulum, telling it what you want. Now, there's often been times, well, I'll ask a question, the pendulum doesn't move at all.
Right.
And I feel like in those times, Spirit's just like, figure it out yourself. Or I'm just not meant to know yet.
That's what I was gonna say. Maybe not known it yet.
Yeah. Yeah. But I just remembered like sometimes that happens. How are you guys doing with your yes and no? Are you feeling like it's swinging in the way that you asked it to? Julie, yay. Deb, Nicole, is your pendulum cooperating?
These are very slight, like just you can tell that it's moving in the direction I want it, I told it to, but very little movement.
Yeah. And sometimes it'll be like this enormous, like powerful swing, and other times it's very subtle.
Mhm.
Yeah. How you doing there, Michelle?
Oh, mine's
Okay.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you've worked with pendulums before?
Yeah, that's why I was
Okay.
showing you mine
Yeah.
that I have right
Mhm.
here at
That's
all
a pretty
times.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you want to do some practices?
Oh,
All
mine
right.
just broke.
Oh, you see, these weird things happen. That's just like Deb. Was it the chain?
Mhm.
Okay. You're supposed to work with it with a shorter chain.
Oh, no, it came off.
Okay.
The chain came off the
Okay.
pendulum.
Um,
Weird. Oh, I
so
see why.
what I would love to do, because it's kind of hard to do this in a large group, I wanted you to practice like 2 and 2. One person working with the pendulum, and then the other person who's like getting the reading, the sitter. State a couple of things that you know the answer to. You know if it's a yes or no. And you don't have to tell the person that's holding the pendulum. And then ask a couple of questions that you don't know the answer to that you would like an answer. And they can just be silly, like, should I, go on a walk tonight or something like that. They don't have to be like big magical questions. It's just for practice for the other person to get working with that pendulum and know their yes and no. Okay. Or if you're curious about something and you're just like, I'm gonna see what Michelle's pendulum tells me, then just ask what you're curious about. Okay. How does that sound? So just asking 5 questions. 2 of the 5 you already know the answer to, and you don't have to say what those are. and then switching. So I feel like we have to go into breakout rooms. Even though we're a small group, it's going to be easier to do that. So I'm going to just do that quickly. Okay. I just assigned everybody, and Diane and I will be each in one room with you just in case you have any questions. Just so we'll go in for like 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and then switch. you see why it takes time to get attuned, and also like I don't make a major life decision based on it,
Oh, yeah.
even though I'm pretty attuned to all my pendulums. How'd everybody do, Diana?
Well done.
Mm,
Very well done. They did fabulous.
all right. All right. We had a couple, like I was using mine at the same time. We had a couple times we had different answers.
Mhm.
So I said, I was laughing. I was like, this is why I don't make major life decisions based on my pendulum. Um, but ladies, you're still getting attuned to them. And even like you said what your yes and no is, but you have to get used to seeing like, is it working that way with you? And it's just like having fun, practice. Maybe I like to keep it out like next to my morning coffee. I'll sit and just talk to spirit. And I'll always just start with like, hello, spirit. And then I'll get a yes. And I know, okay, everybody's here, right? And then I'll just ask a couple questions. And sometimes I still test it.
Mhm.
I really do. I have to be convinced. I am a skeptic at heart. So let's see. Do we have time? All right, so the last piece that we wanted to do, we do not have enough time for, and that's the writing. So we're going to do the writing next Wednesday because I really want to spend some time on that because writing is a powerful tool for you to be using for communication and accessing information. Like what can come out over time in your writing is unbelievable. Um, you could just write a whole book that way. Really can. I have one that I haven't worked on. So any questions on anything that we did cover today? I know we're kind of throwing a lot at you.
Mhm.
Yeah. So what I would suggest is maybe every day pulling one card for yourself, phrasing the question so that it's not a yes or no with pulling a card, because then you're not going to understand the answer. Right? So even if it's a yes or no question, let's say it's like, should I launch this program or shouldn't I? Right? You could ask it, what will be the benefits of launching now? What would be the benefits of waiting? And then you might get a clearer answer so you can make your decision. Right? So always reframing it. The yes or no is for your pendulum. So it just takes a minute to pull a card. You can keep that card out all day and keep like reading into it throughout the day if you don't have a lot of time. And using that pendulum whenever you can so you start to really get to understand it. One thing that came up in our breakout room was stopping the swing in between questions because sometimes we don't give it enough time to change course. And we're thinking the answer is yes, but we didn't give it enough time to change to a no. So a good habit would be just to stop the swing in between questions and seeing where it goes. Michelle.
I actually say thank you.
Mm,
After it answers, I say thank you and it stops. So on
beautiful.
its own.
I
Mhm.
love that. I don't
Mhm.
think I've ever heard that before. Thank you. Yeah.
I
Mhm.
don't know if Diana and Nicole noticed that, but thank you.
I
And it's
did. When I see people reading rods and like trying to connect with
Mm,
ghosts and things like that, they'll say thank you every time an answer, in between each answer.
mhm. Yeah. Um, and if you're starting to become aware of like a specific guide and you're not sure you want to deepen that relationship, you can even with your pendulum be like, I want to sit with guide so and so.
Mhm.
I want to sit with my guide that always makes me feel such and such. I want to sit with my guide that always makes me see yellow. I want to sit with my guide that I know is helping me with this, and just say. Eventually, you might even have a name of a guide. Some people get names very easily, and some people It's very hard. I think what's really important is that whatever name you're using, you're clear on which guide you're talking to, because they don't actually care, I don't think, about the name, honestly. I don't think they do. I think it's for us, you know? So you can use your pendulum after you sit with your guides to maybe deepen the information that they just gave you. It's really fun. You can use your cards that way. And try to write down what you get anytime you sit with your guides, anytime. There are some beautiful journals for card pulls where you can write, there's like a place where you can like write what card you pulled and then like what you the meaning that you gave that pull. And then it's kind of fun to read back through that. I used to do that. I haven't done that in a long time, actually. I used to do that a lot, actually. I gotta find those. But there's some really nice ones. If you're interested, I can send you some links to those journals.
What are
Um,
they called? Card pull journals? Or
yeah, like, yeah,
yeah.
exactly. And they have them for tarot too. And some of the journals will have like a one card pull, a two card pull. We'll talk a little bit more about that next week, just ways
Mhm.
to pull. Because we're going to have you do some more practicing with the readings. This way you can really bring it to your client work and to your business, you know? Mm-hmm. Um, oh, you're welcome, Michelle. Welcome. Um, anyway, any parting words before we go? Any questions?
This was so great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it feels like 5 minutes to me.
I know it's so quick.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So Diane and I were talking yesterday when we were just like finalizing, you know, compacting the retreat down in. So I will let you know in the email, but definitely meeting next week. And I know I said to you guys, like kind of reserve the following week because we didn't get through the writing. I do feel like we're going to need 2 more sessions unless anyone is like, Kim, I can't do anymore. That's okay too, because the recordings will be there. Like even if one of you shows up, I'm going to hold it. All right. Because I want to be able to give you all this information and give you the chance to practice. Practice is the key with
Yes.
intuitive. Diana and I still go to practice circles. Like we still practice.
Every day. Drink lots and lots of water if you can today, ladies. You've had a lot of information, and I can just see it's just like energy's just kind of like dwindling. So drink lots and lots of water.
Mhm. Diana, can you kind of close us down for a
Yes,
moment?
yes. I
Before you do that, can I ask how do you get into practice circles?
Okay, so that's a good question. The most of the practice circles that I know of are for mediumship development, but there
Oh,
is
okay.
one that I know of for psychic development. So let me see if that's still going on, because that's where you would do more intuitive readings.
Yeah.
Mediumship is, we haven't really gone a lot into that. So let me find out, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Also, you can all form your own
That's
together,
true. Yeah.
our practice circle right together. Mhm.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
would be fun.
Yeah, it would be
Yeah.
really fun. Yeah.
Going into a circle where you don't know the people, you don't know how they're reading, how they've been taught, the ethics of the circle. So like I would dip my toe in and just kind of see how you feel with it. Because
Oh,
onto
yeah.
some circles and I'm like, nope, no, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we should make our own circle.
Mhm. Yeah. I can give you
Yeah.
some guidance on how to do that and how to run it and how a circle
Yeah.
runs. And we'll, yeah. Okay.
Oh,
I'm getting chills now.
All right.
are you
Okay.
ready, Nicole?
The first thing that I'm going to do is to close the records. Light beings, angels, teachers, guides, thank you for being with us today. I give you back to yourself. I'm taking all of ours back to us. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the healing, for the knowledge, for all of the teachings that took place today. The records are now closed, and so it is. Amen.
Amen.
Ladies, if you'll just close your eyes very quickly, take in a deep breath. Release it. One more, take a deep breath in. Release it. And one more, in through the nose. Release it. Go back to those beautiful vines and down to Mother Earth. We are now grounded. May the healing that we receive today, all the teachings that we receive today, carry us through the rest of the days to come until we can meet again. We're grounded, we're protected, we're safe. And so it is. Amen.
Thank you. I love that. I just feel like I just settled.
Yeah, did everybody, do you feel a little more settled now? And yeah, grounded and drink our water and have a piece of chocolate or whatever we
Chocolate.
do.
We're big advocates of chocolate.
Yes.
Trust me, I had a big stash for all of you if we were going to get together. Oh, next time. And whatever your guides told you about sitting with them, do that. If they gave you some guidance on how often and for how long, they know you're busy. So they appreciate any of it, you know? Yeah. Okay. Reach out with questions throughout the week or experiences that you want to share. And we'll see you next week.
Thank you.
So much.
Thanks.
everybody.
I'll be in
Bye.
touch, Deb. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Have a great week.